intellectual ideas across the globe to fulfill the thirst of innovation of humanity. RFI presently is working under the eminent leadership of a man with high values, Dr. Saurabh Jain sir. He is the chairperson of RFI. And on behalf of RFI, I welcome you all to the day 8 of our Global Peace and Sustainability Development Summit 2021. So today we are here to deal and discuss with goal number 8, that is to promote sustained, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment and decent work for all. Now I request Dr. Supriya Pathak Madam, Director Foreign Affairs, Witty Gossip Association, to give the welcome address. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Renuka. Today, we are going to address the Global Peace and Sustainable Development Goal 8. And I, Dr. Supriya Pathak, Director Foreign Affairs, Witty Gossip Association, welcome our all eminent speakers, all participants around the globe. Thank you very much for all of you to join us in this enlightened Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit. On behalf of Dr. Ashish Mohide, the founder director of Witty Gossip Association, and CEO Umesh Kushwa, I welcome to all eminent speakers for promoting these sustainable development global peace and sustainable development summit. Now, I would like to put some lights on these sustainable development goal 8. According to the United Nations, the Sustainable Development Goal 8 says promotes sustained, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment and decent work for all. These Goal 8 suggest targets by 2030 about the worst economy recession. And also the COVID-19 cloud caused the equivalent of 400 billion job losses in a second quarter of 2020. These reports all published in the websites of the United Nations for the Goal 8. Now, I would like to request Dr. Ravindra Pathak, Dean International Affairs, Medicaid University, for addressing this critical issue. Dr. Ravindra Pathak, now the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. And now, India has embarked on the journey to attain the SDG goals, economic growth for program Skill India, Digital India have the underlying principle of creating employment opportunities for the country's youth. Government is laying immense emphasis on the creating conducive trade and business environment, and this was reflected in the ease of doing businesses in India. So this SDG 8 is very important for the unemployment problem or economic growth of India as well as the industry. So now it is a great honor for us that we are the Medicaps University now associated with the Witty Gossip, and I am very thankful for the Witty Gossip for invitation here. So tomorrow's for SDG Goal 9, the Medicaps University will be the host for this event, and our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sunil K. Somani, will address the SDG 9 webinar in the morning. So today we are with our head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Dr. Muhammad Ali with us. Dr. Muhammad Ali. Dr. Mohammed Ali.
Hello, everybody. Yes, sir. Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So
Please continue,
tomorrow's
sir.
program, yes, sir. So tomorrow's program about the SDC 9 will be conducted by the Medicaps University. So our head of the department, Muhammad Ali, and our VC sir will be also participate in that event. So thank you very much. And on the behalf of Medicaps University and the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Fire and Safety, again, thank you for your collaboration and for invitation in that event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra Pathak. Now, Ms. Renuka will continue according to the agenda. Ms. Renuka, your mic is muted.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. So that was a great address. Thank you, sir. So now we'll start with our first speaker, Mr. Zahiruddin Babar. He is the co-founder and CEO of Red Vision Computer Technologies Private Limited, Indore, India. Sir, could you share about yourself?
Thank you, Renuka. Myself,
Yes,
Zaid. I am having more than 18 years of experience in financial technology. I'm pursuing my PhD in the World Advisory, which is in fintech, and I'm heading multiple organizations in the finance and technology field. I'm CEO and director of three companies. One is a financial company, so two other technology companies. So I would like to address about the sustainability and the sustainability future of the families. So I have a presentation. I would like to share a presentation with you. So thank you for allowing me to share this presentation. This presentation is very visible to you all?
yes, sir, it's visible.
So the subject is that how to keep a sustainable financial future of the family and what are the role of the financial advisors. Government generally focus on the improving on the per capita income of the families to have the more better future. But if you don't know the how to manage your financials, then there is no use of increasing the, if you increase your income, people increase the their expenses in the on the same pace, so they don't have saving and they don't know how to plan their financial future. So taking this presentation further, I would like to focus on a survey by the skip box which recently has been done, that the subject of money has never taught in the school, or not never discussed in the family, or not even in the institutions also. So 76% Indians, I'm talking about the educated Indians, the doctors, the engineers, the professors, the educated Indians, they actually lacking financial education. 76%, this is a very big number. This is about the education, educated Indian people, and they don't know how to manage their money. And the families who are taking the financial decision, so how they are taking financial decision? They are taking financial decision by looking at their relatives, neighbors, friends. So like it is an example, like for example, your family members having, or your relatives is eating some kind of pills like paracetamol, and you see that he's eating paracetamol and you also start eating the paracetamol. No, it is not the because it may be required for that person, but your requirement is different. What people do, 95%, this is a SEBI survey, 95% people don't apply their mind in the when it comes to the saving of the money. They directly go to the bank and say, just do the FD. Do the FD of this money, and they don't even think that is FD good for me or not. Because the biggest enemy of our money is the inflation. So the people who don't know what is exactly inflation is that inflation is a decline of the purchasing power of your currency. Like today you have 100 rupees in your pocket, okay, and the inflation is 7%. So after 1 year, that 100 rupees, you will see the 100 rupees note in your pocket, but that the value of 100 rupees will not be 100. It will be 93 rupees. And further, every year the money get decreases while you are looking at the same amount, you are having the same amount, number of the amount is same, but the value will be decreases by every year. And if you have FD of around 8% interest, okay, but still you are earning only 1% every year, and that is also taxable. So actually you are not earning anything, your money is decreasing every year, year by year. And this is the requirement of current scenario. Like the India is a country which is growing lot of HNIs. High net worth individuals are increasing. People are having money in their hands, but they don't have any financial education, or you can say, if you don't know about the finance, then you must have a CFO. Like every company, your company have a CFO, chief financial officer, who's taking care of company's financials, like how you can invest your money to earn better returns. If you don't have financial, or if you don't have financial education, but still you are trying to manage your financials, it is a similar thing like you are doing a surgical operation at your home. If you're having a bypass of any family member, can you do a surgical operation at your home? No. So it is the same thing. If you are managing your financial matter without the financial education, you are doing the same thing. You will create the mess and you will destroy the money. Okay, not destroying money doesn't mean that you will lose the money, but you will lose the value of money. You cannot take the true potential of that money. So I would suggest that we must have a financial advisor. We must hire financial advisors. So basically, what does a financial advisor do in a life of a person or a family? What exactly they require? They have some goals. A family is institutions which have certain goals. What are the goals a family have? Like the family is driven by two persons, the husband and wife. So one day they must be retired. So, for example, they retired at the age of 60. So after 60, they will stop working, but they will not stop spending the money. Their expenses will be carry forward until their end of the life. So what are the expenses? Their expenses are like they are living a normal standard of life. So they must continue their standard of life. Okay, so that is a retirement amount they must have. Second is the children education, children marriage planning. Then you must have a self education planning. You must have like car planning or dream house planning. These all are the goals of a family. Okay, and they must be planned. They must be planned by a financial advisor. So they calculate that how much amount is required now. For example, education. If you go for a doctor, MBBS doctor, then you must require at least 40-50 lakh rupees now. After 20 years, if your son is going to go for a MBBS, he will require 2 crore rupees. So after 20 years, you will need 2 crore rupees. How you will accumulate 2 crore rupees? Your small earnings are small, so you have to employ that money into a high interest or a high return generating portfolio, so that your small money can generate and can work for you and can generate a better returns, and you can have a amount which is required in the future. So this is the first thing what the financial advisor do, that is to decide your goals. Second thing is the emergency fund. The COVID-19 is, everybody is experiencing that, what is the requirement of the emergency fund. If you like in a lockdown, people who are having the emergency fund, they could spend this lockdown very easily. They lost many people lost their job. So it is very important a financial planning matter, that when you plan your financial, you must have an emergency fund. So what should be the emergency fund amount? The financial advisor generally suggests that the 3 month of your expenses. For example, your expenses are 50,000 per month. Then 1.5 lakh rupees you have to keep in a liquid fund, or in a such scheme where you can withdraw the money at any point of time. So 3 month expenses must be kept aside in a very liquid kind of investment. And at the time of like any emergency, like if you met any accident, if you met any illness, or anything, lockdown, anything, so you must have this money handy with you, to keep to keep expenditure going on even if you lost your job. The second thing is that you must have the emergency fund. And third, and the most important thing is that you must have a combination of the portfolio. Like, for example, if you go to the doctor and the doctor always suggests you that you must have a balanced diet. Okay, you must have carbohydrate, you must have protein, you must have minerals, you must have fat, some amount of fat. Okay, so there's a combination. Okay, so what the financial advisor do, they make a portfolio, the how much percentage of return you required. For example, your goal is big, okay, and your investment is small. So you must have good returns from your portfolio. So if you want to better returns, then you must have better, you must take higher risk. So the first portfolio, what people suggest to the young people is to take more risk. To take more risk, so they have to go for the equity shares, and the bigger portion is the equity shares, then the portfolio, then the properties, then the bond, then the cash. This is the portfolio for the high risk taking capability of any individual. The second is a moderate or a medium risk person. There is a middle age range like 40 to 50, 40 to 45. That person, the risk appetite is lesser than a young person. So the shares portion has been reduced and the other portion has been increased so that the hedging of the risk can be done and the returns should not be compromised so much. And the third one is the retired portfolio. So in the retirement portfolio, you must have a bigger amount in a asset which is having the very low risk capacity. So like in this portfolio, in the last portfolio, you are looking that there is a more for the property, then the equity in equity is just 10%, and the cash amount and the bond amount is the bigger amount. So that after retirement, you might require the fund at any point of time. So some part is kept in the cash also for as an emergency or as a contingency fund. So this is the portfolio what has been suggested by the financial advisors for the different kind of risk appetites and how they calculate the risk appetites. So taking the risk appetite is having three different factors, like how much is your willingness, second is the ability to take the risk, and third and the most important thing, do you really need to have the risk? For example, you need 2 crore rupees for your child education, but right now in current scenario, it is just 20 years from now. Okay, you are having only, let's say, 5 lakh rupees in your pocket. Okay, so you must invest that money in a higher risk taking portfolio so that you can have a bigger returns in a long term. So that there is a need to have this risk, as well as you are willing to achieve the target and you are having the capability to absorb that risk. Okay, so these are 3 combinations which make your risk profile. The true risk profile comes from this 3 type combinations. So you must know that what risk appetite you are in. You are an aggressive investor, you are a moderate, or you are a conservative investor. And the fifth and the most important thing, what a financial advisor do is that when you invest in a portfolio or on a market, like for example stock market. So how stock market behave? Stock market never run in a straight line. It always up and down. So when market go up, so the investor who are having less risk appetite, they have greed. They say, oh my God, what I invested 1 lakh rupees, now it's 2 lakh rupees in just 2 years. Okay, so what they do, they take this money from the FD, from the bond, from the other asset classes. They start investing in what? In equities. That is higher risk. Okay, they having a greed in mind. Okay, invest more money in equity. Okay, at that time, if you're having financial advisor, he will suggest you, sir, this is higher risk. Okay, we are having a percentage. Let's say 45% we have to invest in equity. So we already met that 45%. Okay, we don't need to invest further in the equities. Okay, so at the time of market is higher, people invest more money because of the greed. So financial advisor, stabilize them emotionally. Okay, and the same thing happened when market come down. Last year, at the same time, at the time of COVID lockdown, the market, which was 40,000, the census was 40,000, it come down to the 26,000. Okay, people having fear, and they were like, depressed. They were in depression. So at that time, what people do, most of the people, they withdraw their money from the market and they say, oh, FD was a safe option. Okay, I will not go again into the market. I will go for the FD only. Okay, so this is the time again the advisor comes in the picture and he say that, sir, the market go ups and down. Okay, but if you see the long term, the 10 year, 15 year, 20 years, it always give a 12 to 15% of decent returns. So market nature is going up and down. That's why this is having some kind of risk. So if the market is down, this is a time you can invest little more amount in the equity. Okay, and you should not withdraw the amount from the equity. Okay, so this is the thing which a financial advisor do. It gives a stability at the time of when you are panic. So it gives a stability. So the financial matters are why they're important, and why you must have a financial matter, or you can say CFO of your own family. Is that a family is a unit which make the society, and the society is a unit which make a nation. If you see the successful nations across the world, okay, the most number of families, the rich families, what we call ultra H9, that is the super rich people, the more super rich family you are having in the nation, okay, and so the more employment they can generate, they can have more prosperity, they can have more amount of money to spend in the market, as well as to invest their money. Okay, so financial matter are very important for a family and for a nation also. So if you increase the financial, if you increase the family's prosperity, okay, they can be beneficial for the nation as well as for the society. So what are the point of actions to be taken by the government and by the organizations who are working in these directions? The first thing they must do is that the financial education must be started from the school itself. As I see, I'm associated with many organizations in Korea and Singapore. They are working in this direction. They are having the mobile application like Baiju, especially for the financial education. Like if your child is in the 5th class, or let's say 7th, 8th class, okay, it is mandatory for them to have this application, and they can purchase the application from the school. Okay, and they teach the students how how to handle the financial matter from the very beginning. Okay, but in India we don't have any financial education or any subject like this. Even in the MBA finance, if you ask to a MBA finance student that how to make a financial planning, okay, this subject is not there in the MBA finance in India. Okay, so this is the thing which must be started by at very immediate basis. Second is there must be a nationwide awareness campaign to have financial advisors with you. Like you are having doctors. We are having one doctor at 1,400 people. But if you talk about the financial advisors, we even don't have one financial advisor at the population of even 10,000. So there is a awareness required for that to hire the financial advisors. Also, the third point is that there are many robo advisory startups platforms are coming in India, okay, which required government help and the startup funds. So that the robo advisory, like you don't have to go to a person and meet them personally to have this financial advisory. No, you can do all this thing with the help of your mobile application. They have the algorithm, they have the artificial intelligence, and they can measure your risk profile. They can suggest you the what exactly the right risk appetite you must have, what should be your portfolio, how to take a portfolio, where to invest. You can invest on the mobile application itself. So these all are the things which has been required to take the action on an immediate basis. These are the points which I want to share. Thanks a lot for listening me so patiently, and I must ask Renuka to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. In your presentation, you have enlightened us about the financial matters and its need for a proper education. You also told us about the roles of financial advisor and life goals of the common people. You also told about the importance of the emergency fund and how to design the investment portfolio. According to your presentation, you also enlighten us about the emotional emotional stability and the financial education must be start from the schools. So we agreed with your thoughts, sir, and your views. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all of you. Thank you.
Now, Renuka ma'am, please invite our next speaker.
Cheers. That was a great session from Dr. Baba sir. So now moving on to the next speaker, we have Mrs. Bindu Shastri. Madam is the founder and managing director of Maverick and also the co-founder director of Rasodaya Enterprises Private Limited. Madam, could you tell more about yourself and the session?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Okay. I think I hear some background noise. If you can mute.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We are doing that.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Great. So namaste, everybody. I'm Bindu Shastri. So I come from the IT industry and also have a presence in chemicals and fertilizers. I have more than 21 plus years experience in the IT industry, both in corporate and also in the startup world. And I mentor entrepreneurs, mainly women, so that they get the economic independence, which will in fact change the whole world. So that is the mantra. So let's get started then. Just one second. Okay. So distinguished participants of this Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit 2021, it's my privilege to be addressing all of you today. And I want to thank Dr. Supriya Pathak, Witty Gossip Association, and my dear friend Shika Sharma for this opportunity. So let's move forward. I think the writing on the wall is very clear. Bounce back for all these critical pillars of sustainable development, whether it is decent work, economic growth, industry, infrastructure, innovation, they're all very closely interlinked. And it is no wonder at all that United Nations has listed them as the closely linked goals of 8 and 9. So in the next 20 to 25 minutes, let's see some hard-hitting numbers, the impact of COVID-19 on these areas, and most importantly, how do we bounce back? So you see on your screen, the goals defined under 8 and 9 are very clear and self-explanatory. In fact, there are two sides of the same coin. One drives the other, the human capital and the associated industry. And that is the reason why, I told Supriya that I'll be talking about both in the same tone, because they're so closely linked, that I cannot leave one behind. So here goes. Let's understand the rationale behind why these goals are so very important. So 1.4 billion people across the globe work in vulnerable or informal employment, with women and children being the most exposed. To survive, people accept to work in bad conditions at low productivity rates, in jobs with high turnovers and low incomes, and absolutely no social security. They even accept to be underemployed and combine several jobs to try and make their ends meet. Globally, only 63% of women aged 25 to 54 are in the labor force, compared to 94% of men of the same age. Gender stereotypes often define what women's work is and can channel women into some of the worst jobs possible. In fact, among 143 countries, at least 90% have some legal restriction or the other on women's employment even to this day. which is so deplorable. At current rates of change, the projection is something like this, and I was shocked to, in fact, look at these numbers. The gender gap, which currently stands at 23% globally, will not close until 2086 or possibly beyond that. So this underlines the fact as to why goal 8, which is decent work and economic growth, is so important. Now the other side, why goal 9? 2.2 billion people do not have access to drinking water globally. A billion people are living without electricity. 2.3 billion people lack access to basic sanitation facilities. So how do we even look or think about progress? Progress can only be achieved with advancements in technology, and this requires the promotion of sustainable industries and investment in scientific research and innovation. Technologies such as IoT, cloud computing, big data analytics, and artificial intelligence play a significant role in what we call industry version 4.0. That is what the industry is currently in. Every job, and why? What is the potential of investing in the infrastructure and industry, especially manufacturing? Is every job in the manufacturing sector creates 2.2 jobs in other sectors of the economy. That is the kind of potential we're talking about. And almost the entire world population right now lives in an area covered by a mobile network, which has led to digitization of economies. I think this is the silver lining of the in the dark clouds, and we have to get advantage of that. So things were cruising along since 2015, and there were already significant achievements in the SDG targets. Many countries were steadily implementing these goals in their national development agendas. Of course, there were challenges in implementation of some of the other goals across the globe, but nothing prepared us for 2020, isn't it? The COVID-19 pandemic came as the biggest shock, and we are still reeling, and it has disrupted our lives and our times. So let's see some key impacts of the pandemic on Industry 4.0. So global manufacturing output growth saw a sharp decline of 11%. Even aviation industry, as you know, suffered the steepest decline in its history. Industrial towns and cities were very hard hit, and some of them had to close down. They have become ghost towns. Small and medium-sized enterprises were severely affected. The fringe ones are the ones that get affected given any kind of such catastrophes. But on the positive side, the telecommunications industry has been mostly exempted because they were the backbone for the virtual lives that we led over the past 1+ years. And also the crisis has in fact accelerated the digitization of many businesses and services, especially small ones. Right now, everyone wants to have online e-commerce platforms there. They want to reach out to the customers. And the best part of all this is they are no longer catering to local market. They're also looking at how to ship to global customers. COVID-19 may have caused, I think Dr. Supriya just mentioned it, at the beginning of 2020, what was the kind of impact and what was the risk to the job losses. So COVID-19 may have caused the equivalent of 740 million jobs at risk of being lost by the end of 2020. We still do not have the actual numbers because most of them are in the informal sector, and we will get the numbers soon. And the International Labour Organization estimates that 527 million women. Why I stress upon women is this is how the economy is getting affected. 41% of the total female workforce is what it is. They are employed in sectors at the highest risk of job loss, including hospitality, real estate, business, administrative activities there, manufacturing, and wholesale and retail trade. And many women in these sectors are self-employed or owners of micro or small-sized enterprises, which we call MSEs. Because they are very hard hit, and that's the reason why, at the bottom of the rung, why is it that the nodes are getting affected is because of this. As the pandemic reshapes the way in which we work, keep in touch, go to school, and shop for essentials, individually and collectively, we need to bounce back. Though there are multi-level action items on what and how, I think we just have to look at some few, top critical points that I thought would be important. Because given the time that, I have around 20 to 25 minutes, and I'm sure that every point or every word here can be elaborated, and we can go on, talking hours together about it. But there are some top ones which I thought, we should focus on. So when we talk about the bounce back, so what is it that we have to look at? Governments will need investments in infrastructure more than ever. Generating employment opportunities, robust infrastructure, empowerment of informal workers, labor diversification, and bridging the gender gap in earnings will be very critical areas. Advancing women's equality to close existing socio-economic gaps can boost global GDP by 12 trillion USD by 2025. That is high potential again. Bridging the digital divide for the 3.6 billion people who still remain offline, unable to access online education, employment, or critical health and sanitation advice is important. Better access to financial services for small scale industries, which are majorly hit, is urgently needed to revitalize the global economy. Policies and initiatives for entrepreneurs and increasing and improving the ease of doing business factor for nations becomes very critical. And developing countries, as compared to developed ones, need to invest around 4.5% of GDP to achieve the sustainable development goals. Now, representing my country, India, here is what we faced and what we are doing for sustainable development. Again, this is some of the key points. I'm sure that there are many more policies, many more challenges that are there. So in India, sustained high growth has always been India's principal strategy to create gainful employment, eliminate poverty, and improve prosperity and well-being. India is one of the fastest growing emerging market economies in the present scenario. From 2014-15 to 2019-20 in real terms, India's economy grew at a CAGR of 7.01%. And India has forged its own growth path, relying on manufacturing and services industries as growth escalators as well as employment generators, which have been crucial in its growth story. A key pillar of the economic prosperity strategy has been entrepreneurship. And I know I am a proud participant in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and I know how this has been growing at a tremendous pace. In fact, India has the third largest entrepreneurship ecosystem globally. Now, when we look at policies, how is it that all these were set, and how is it that we are faring with respect to different initiatives and reforms? The government came up with a lot of initiatives and policies like National Skill Development Mission, Deen Dayal Upadhyay's Antyodaya Yojana, Atal Innovation Mission, which has been a tremendous success, National Service Scheme, Manrega, are flagship programs which focus on Goal 8, which is bringing decent work to all. The government's flagship interventions like Make in India, Startup India, then Shrameva Jayate Karyakram, they are fueling innovation and sustainable industrial economic development. India pursues aggressive reforms to stimulate manufacturing, build infrastructure, spur investments, both domestic as well as global, foster technological innovation, and boost entrepreneurship. So major reforms include a single GST regime. Of course, there are pros and cons, but then majorly, I believe we have benefited. FDI liberalization, insolvency and bankruptcy legislation, and how to improve the ease of doing business factor. So these have been very high level points which have charted the growth path for India. And looking forward, so of course, we have come till here. We've been hit by the pandemic, like the rest of the world. We've done okay, but still there are many things to take up. And how do we look forward to it? Is almost half the labor force in India still works in the agricultural sector, so you cannot ignore it. Enhancing agricultural productivity through public investment and new technologies should be a priority area. Increasing the labor force participation of women. I think I already told the numbers, the kind of potential that is there due to women's economic movement is a powerful tool not only to empower women, but also to steer economic growth itself. So this is one projection which I really liked, and I had to put it here. So this was reported by McKinsey Global Institute. If India increases its female labor force participation rate by 10%, just by 10% by 2025, its GDP could rise by as much as 16% as compared to the business as usual scenario. So I cannot underline or highlight or shout about this more. Of course, it's just a projection, but then this is the kind of, again, I want to underline the potential that is there. And fostering digital inclusion is critical because everyone is now, most of them are online, especially in the tier 1, tier 2 cities as well. And rural India is not far behind. So you have to tap that as one of the channels. And unorganized sector and informal employment reforms need to be strengthened. And major plus point for Indian economy, not only Indian economy, I'm sure there are other counterparts here from across the globe. Many of the Asian economies also work like this. They have a very large local market that attracts investment, not only from domestic, but also multinational entities. So that is something that could be tapped. So, though we have all adopted the sustainable development goals and striving towards these well-defined goals, we as researchers, influencers, and policymakers, I think we need to be clear that there is no one size fits all. Every country is different with its own demography, challenges, and resources. So there's nothing that, you come to a conclave and you just try to emulate and copy some of the solutions, because your challenges and the way you deal with it is so different. It will be different, though the goals are same, right? So solutions are different. But in conclaves like this, I think what we can do is swap our stories like how we are doing now. And these should serve as case studies. And of course, there'll be takeaways for each one of us when we go back to the drawing board to define our sustainable development strategies and try to bring them into action at all levels. After all, I wanted to end with this slide. So none of us want this to happen, right? So let's collaborate and bounce back. And thank you so much for listening to me. And I'm available for any kind of consultation or queries that you have. So thank you so much, Viti Gossip. Thank you, Dr. Supriya. And with this, I want to end my address. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am, for enlightening us with this wonderful and informative thoughts, ma'am. As you suggest that, ma'am, let's collaborate and bounce back. So, ma'am, I would like to inform you here that for agreeing with this thought, Viti Gossip Association have collaborated with the 30 national and international organizations for this Global Peace and Sustainable Development Summit, ma'am. And as in your presentation, it is mentioned that 1.4 people work in a vulnerable or informal employment. You also told about the gender gap stands 23% globally, and this is a very critical issue. You also told about the Industry 4.0 in the scenario of COVID-19 pandemic, and you provided us facts that 740 million jobs at risk of being lost by to the end of 2020. You also told that the government, the Indian government, will need investments in infrastructure more than ever. And you also told that what efforts India is putting for sustainable development and for sustained high growth has been India's principal strategy to create and gain full employment. So, ma'am, thank you very much for enlightening us with your facts and figures. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Supriya. Namaste. And I would like to just mention that what Viti Gossip is doing, bringing together all these representatives from across the globe, is tremendous. And I wish you all the best and keep up the good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, Renuka, please continue with the next speaker.
Sure, ma'am. That was a great session from Bindu Shastri ma'am, and she told that how goal end and goal 9 are interrelated. That was a great session, ma'am. Next, moving on to the next speaker, we have with us Mr. Gaurav Singh, sir. He's the CEO of wecan.org, Mumbai, India. So, sir, we would like to know more about yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on which part of the world you are. I'll quickly share my screen and we'll begin. Just give me 1 second.
Hi. Yes, we can.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. It is a start to sharing.
Just give me 1 second. Yes. So, Dr. Babar, in his opening remarks and the next speaker spoke very eloquently about one. Babar sir was more focused towards the financial side of our well-being, which is managing our resources, keeping finance at the forefront. Then we had some entrepreneurial enlightenment and what are the things that government is doing, how can we collaborate and move forward. I would, coming from technology background, would focus more towards the usage of trending and upcoming technology, upcoming new domains, or I should not say new domains, but domains that have caught fire in the recent past, and how can we use them to be ready for any such situations that we are in right now. I residing in Mumbai, facing the worst phase of our COVID time. So this time, so how do we prepare ourselves for a better future and keeping technology as the main topic? Let's begin. I'll talk more about the automation part. How do we have more hardware and software developments? How artificial intelligence, along with data science and other parameters, other corresponding or complementing technologies, can play a huge role here. Talking about myself, my name is Gaurav Singh. I am CEO of Weekend Education and Delvic Apps. Weekend Education is a technical training company where we teach students from all age groups. Okay, from 8 years to 80 years, we are happy to cater everyone. With that, we also have Delvic Apps, which is a product development company. So we also are into manufacturing now. We were a drone, just giving you an example, we were a drone training company. We would acquire drones from other countries or manufacturers in India. There's a company called Drone Aviation, which is India's only drone platform company. We would acquire drones, understand their technologies, and put it in front of people, students, majorly. Now, in recent past, we have also started manufacturing drones. So now I can proudly say that yes, we are a legit product development company as well. I'll skip the my journey part and all those things. I think it will become a slightly longer issue. Let's discuss about jobs for now. We also have placement training programs that we conduct in a lot of colleges, both at management and technical level. What change in paradigm that we have seen in the past 1 decade is, and I'm sure all of you with more experience than mine, I'm still in my 20s, so I have very little, half a decade of experience, and I think there are people who have multiple decades of experience. But I would have the audacity to just put out a few things here. Firstly, jobs that are degree driven have really reduced, especially in the technical market. If you have an engineering degree, if you have an ME or an MTech degree, that is itself not sufficient to land you into a good job. What is also required is that degree supported by skills, and there are exceptional cases where you do not have a degree, you are a dropout student, but still if you have skill, you become an integral part of a company. The rise in number of startups in India is also pushing towards skilled employment. Nepotism is a term that all of us are very fascinated by. We use it at a lot of places. I don't know rightly or wrongly so. My father was in a big company, and I had access to internship programs when I was an so nepotism is still existing here with us, but the good thing is it only gives you a head start. But if you want to have a longevity in your career, ultimately it comes down to your skills. So just give me 1 second. Yes. So now let's talk about automation. What are the new things that have come up in the past 1 decade, and how are jobs and our economies shifting towards these new technologies, new terms? If you are talking about the hardware side, the physical presence of technology in front of us, drones, drones and robotics, primarily the same thing, along with IoT, is really changing the way we are looking at things right now. Nobody knows what are the real applications of drones. Yes, we have camera based applications in terms of you know in both civil and military domains. We have seen movies, where military uses cameras installed on a drone to, for surveillance and spying purpose. In civilian applications, we go to marriages, sports events, and there are a lot of places where we're using drones. But if you ask me, somebody who has worked with drones in the past 5 years, I can very easily say that nobody knows where we are going to end or what are the actual grassroots level applications of drones. It is very similar to where we were standing with mobile phones in the early 2000s. We knew it is a device that we can use for calling, but we never knew it is going to take over all the gadgets that are there at our house. Okay, we can't live without our mobile phone. You know, आपके friends, or if your family is out, it is fine. But if you are running out of your battery on your mobile phone, you really start panicking. So that is how integral mobile phones have become, and my expectation is that drones will also become the same in the next 10 years. On the software side, we have uh, some new technologies coming up, which are, Python has always been there, but artificial intelligence and data science are two things that have really picked up. I'll talk about these two things later as well. But just keeping the flow with the technology part, on the software side, artificial intelligence is really taking over the entire world basically right now. And why I say this, look at Google Maps as an example. Google Map in its primitive years, in late 2010s, early 2000, around 2000, at the change of the last decade, around 2010-12, Google Maps would give us which is the best route to go from point A to point B. Slowly it started, so it would only give the route. Slowly it started giving us the best route if there are multiple. We always complained that Google Maps is giving us a longer route. It doesn't understand, the nooks and corners of India, and there are various ways in which we can go and all those things. We had complaints. Now, in today's scenario, we have Google Maps, which is smart enough to not only suggest the way, it also suggests why a particular path is better than the other. Taking the traffic situations and all the other things into consideration. So this is part of intelligence coming into a system. So this is why I say that artificial intelligence and drones are probably the two domains that are going to rule the next decade or two. Looking at some of the known drone applications, I'm sure everyone here has heard and seen the agricultural side of drone applications. Right now, when we look at the drone market globally, I'm not just talking about India. If you talk about the drone market globally, it's $100 billion industry today, probably growing every second. But most of the revenue there, or most of the business there, happens with the defense sector. Two reasons for it. One, yes, they develop cutting edge technologies that are really useful. Also, defense has budget to spend on such technologies. Enterprises, companies that use drones for any applications, such as if you have a big warehouse, do you have drones for surveillance, for inventory management, and all those things? It is picking up. It has not really reached to its potential, but it is growing. And consumer people like you and I have not really started enjoying, or have not really started using drones on a daily basis. Okay, yes, there are kids who have drones as toys, but that is not an application that we are looking at. So the consumer and the enterprise market is there for a big increase. It's heading towards a point where it is going to blast. It is going to go ahead, capture more market. Defense might come down to 50, and you will see at least 10 to 15% rise in both consumer and enterprise market. Again, there are some applications that you see here. I don't want to dive deep into this, but I'm sure you all know all these drone applications. Firefighting is something that our company is also working very seriously with. We are in collaboration with TCS, and we are trying to develop something of worth of something, probably in 6 months' time, if there is a next beauty gossip summit happening, something like this, we'll be in a better position to talk about it. But for now, I can just say that yes, we are in process of developing this technology, and this is a product that we are almost ready with. There are various warehouses where we have started pushing our drones for inventory management. This is a very basic RFID based systems. Earlier there were humans who would do that. Now we have we fly our drones in a controlled environment so that we are able to manage inventory slightly better. We are facing challenges. Let's be very honest. I cannot say that it is industry ready or market ready right now, but yes, we with our team are almost at the cusp of finishing this project. Had the COVID situation not arise again in the month of March and April, we would be in a position to finish this off by May. But let's see, fingers crossed. IoT, as we discussed, is again a sector that is slowly and gradually catching fire. We collaborate with a company called Nuos and NuOS. That company started with basic home automation gadgets like controlling your LEDs and fans and other electrical appliances at house using a mobile phone, sensing the need of touchless, sensing the need of remote sensing during the COVID times. They came up with new products. One of them is in front of you right now, which is touchless thermal scanner, which is basically a thermometer where you just have to go and stand in front of the sensor. It takes your temperature. Now it is similar to the IR thermometers that you see at every places, at malls, at restaurants and airports and everywhere. The advantage here is now they have taken this technology even further. So what we do is, if your temperature is within the range, firstly, there is no human presence required. You just go stand in front of the door. It takes your reading. If your temperature is within the range, the doors automatically open up. Okay, and you can enter your office, or you can enter your house, or whichever place. It could be lifts, so elevators and things like that. So they're taking one product which they only created, and now they're trying to expand its horizons. They're trying to put it into places where it really makes sense, especially talking about the COVID era. Now, no matter how we feel about the vaccination drives that are happening, and maybe the COVID will come down again in 3 months, usage of mask, maintaining physical distance while you're traveling, and touchless features in technology, they're not going anywhere. I do believe, I'm really bullish about these things, that it's going to stay with us for a very long time, at least for a few years, if not decades, with us. So keeping those things in mind, I think technological development like such as this, the one in front of you, is really going to stay for. It's not a one shot wonder. It's not a something that will fade away very quickly. Now, looking at some more technologies, artificial augmented realities and virtual students, where they can not only enjoy and so far there are a lot of gaming applications, and there are a lot of other things that students can avail. But now we have developed a curriculum all on the technologies that we have discussed: IoT, artificial intelligence, drones, that students can access through a virtual through their headset with the help of virtual reality. And it's a really interactive process that we have. So we are trying to push the horizons there. The next thing, as discussed earlier, artificial intelligence. Now, I'm sure everyone here is aware what artificial intelligence is, right? Like I said earlier, the panel here, there are people who are more experienced than my age. So I totally understand that the things that I'm talking will, you'll find them really familiar. But few key points here is artificial intelligence is not something that developed recently. You know, the thought about artificial intelligence, the thought about intelligent machines that can behave like a human, has been there for several decades. Okay, Dr. John McCarthy, in his paper in 1956, roughly, 65 years ago, came up with the concept of intelligent machines. So yes, and I'm very sure when he came up with such concepts, people thought that he's a fool. Okay, people thought that what is he talking about? How can you have machines that can behave humanly? But we all know what level of expertise, what level of hard work has gone into this domain, what is going into this domain right now. And every month you hear something really worth noting comes out. Okay, there are new milestones achieved every month. So artificial intelligence, closely related to machine learning and deep learning, is something that we really expect the future to revolve around these terms. I, again, supervised unsupervised reinforcement learning, I don't want to go deeper into this, but these are some of the domains that students, okay, everyone who's in their 20s and who are there in their teens, can really look at this not as a sophisticated technology, but look at this as an opportunity to change world. Okay, every small thing that a student can learn, every small thing that we can learn as student of science, if we can learn a small thing every day, and we can propel it, we can put it in front of people, I think there are new good things that can come, uh, and help us through, or through these tough times. Okay, and we are very sure that there's a silver lining somewhere, where technology, with the help of human mind, can really create, make our world a safer place, a better place to live in. you know the last topic that I want to talk about is data science. Data science is a multidisciplinary domain. Multidisciplinary in two ways. Okay. Number one, that you see in front of you, which is, you achieve an application of data science if you put in multiple concepts together. One is statistics, mathematics basically. So you need some mathematics, you need a huge set of data, you need processing capabilities, which is through machine learning. You also need domain expertise. By domain expertise, I mean, if there are any so if there is a gene mapping based application that you're looking at, you need expertise in that particular field as well. So putting all these things together, you can come up with a data science application. Some of the, I just want to talk about some of the not very new, but some of the cool concepts that have come up, and people are really working hard on making them into products that can come out to the market quickly. One of them is, we all have heard about OCR, optical character recognition. On a picture, you can identify if there are alphabets, or if there are, if there are letters or numbers there, text material there. Now, how do you take this simple technology and convert it into an application? Look at something like this. ANPR stands for automatic number plate recognition system. So you can just take an image and you can take out information. You can carve out information that can really you can store it. You can automate the entire process. You can automate the entire process of charging somebody for checking in, checking out, moving through tolls, and all those things. It and obviously we have fast tags today, but I think ANPR is something which is slightly more sophisticated and more reliable. Now, coming back to the student space, coming back to the space where I generally deal with, uh, there is a big debate that goes on at all times, which is what is more important for a student? Is it getting good grades in exam or having good professional skills? Uh, there are a few points that I've listed that grades give you a good start to the career. If you are a good student, if you're an 8-pointer, 9-pointer kind of a student, you get a good company to work with initially, and you have better opportunities. And there is only that the degree is the only thing that you have with you at the beginning. So grades are important. Skills could be any of these. You have technical skills, managerial skills, problem solving abilities. Any of these skills combined with good grades is really going to propel your career forward. Personally, I do tell students that grades are important. A lot of people who come from industry say कि नहीं, even if you're just passing into the exams, but if you have exceptional skills, it takes you through. That is correct. I'm not against that, but I always believe that having good grades, I'm not saying exceptional, but having moderately good grades are always welcome if you are applying in a company. Uh, yes, what companies, I'm sure a lot of people, almost everyone here is from the industry side. So you know what things you look for. These are some of the things that we push in front of students so that they have enough feathers on their hat to show to the interviewer at the time of interviews so that they can stand out. Okay, acquiring skills. How do you actually acquire skills? Well, there's no fixed route to that, but what we recommend is attending as many training programs and workshops and events, conclaves, conferences, meets, anything that is available to them. Students, any youngster should be willing to be part of that. In their first year is where you are just understanding the ecosystem. I'm strictly talking from the technology point of view, so I'm talking about the engineering. I'm talking in terms of the engineering students. First year is where you're just lost. You're trying to find your feet in your domain. Second and third year is where you can really explore. Third to final year is where you need to pinpoint what things you like. Tried after you have completed a few training programs, look for internships, and if you can find internship, be part of that. Do some on job training, whatever is available. With COVID being here, there are a lot of work from home and or learn from home opportunities that have come up. So these things are slightly more accessible right now for each one of us. Look at today's summit. I am sitting here in Bombay. I'm sure everyone here is from different parts of India and abroad, and we all can come together on a platform very easily through internet and interact. So uh, this has made uh, slightly easier for the students to learn or interact with more people. How we as a company are looking into this is coming up with new programs post 2020. Before 2020, I was very bullish that I will not have online programs. I believe in sitting with the students and interacting with them, but I have it has come to my notice that there are only limited things that we can do in the COVID era. So post 2020 or during 2020, we started with a lot of online programs, and we are catching a lot of traction there. So yes, using internet to propel technologies or propel the education system and putting in front of students has is the only means basically that we have right now, and we need to use it to its fullest. Uh, the example, there are a lot of students who come up with these stories like it is difficult for survival. It is difficult in the COVID era that you can't spend a lot of money getting yourself trained. But what the example that I generally give them is, if you go out and have a pizza outing with your friends, you spend an X amount of money. If you can just curtail one such outing in 2 months and invest, not spend, invest that money into your skills, I think every 2 months, if you acquire something new, or if you can just take one thing step by step, move forward towards the expertise of that particular thing, I think it will really help our younger generation, the upcoming aspiring engineers, and not just engineers, in all fields. It will give them better sense of the current scenario, what are the industry demands, and how can they be ready for job challenges, for work challenges. Yes, that's all from my side. Industry 4.0 is here. We do have a lot of challenges. We do have a lot of opportunities come on the flip side, and I do believe that technology is the only means that can push us forward. Thank you so much, Supriya ma'am. It's really amazing that how efficiently you create such programs, and I've been part of previous few programs. Very happy to be part of another one here today again. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gaurav sir. I must appreciate your pizza example, and I agreed that we have to means instead of pizza outing, we have to spend our time in every 2 months for upgrading our skills. Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us about these drone technologies and augmented reality and virtual reality. And also, you mentioned some degree-based jobs and nepotism belonging to this industry. Thank you very much, sir, for
Thank you so much.
joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Gaurav sir. That was a great session and on how the technology can be a game changer, and the pizza example was best, sir. Thank you. Now we have an esteemed speaker from UK, Dr. Monica. Monica Madam is the university visiting professor working for the University of York country from UK. Pleasure to have you, ma'am. We would like to know more about you. Now the session is yours, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, organizers, and thank you, India, for doing this and highlighting so many important issues which we need to address and change. I'll be talking about health issues in working environments, and especially dealing with time issues. This has been my topic in my thesis, and especially working and comparing workers who had not a fixed time shift with workers who had fixed time shifts, fixed working hours. And nowadays, especially because of COVID-19 and everybody working from home, most people are into these flexible working hours, and that has a lot of impact on us, on our health, both physical and emotional. So this is what I'm going to present. I hope you can see everything. So public health involves all the aspects in terms of physical, mental, and spiritual health. So it's organized. It's organized not only to prevent disease, but to promote health as an overall target and goal to prolong life, especially with good quality. Okay, it's not only living longer, but to have a good quality of life. Health involves, so therefore, providing conditions that will make people healthier and focusing not only on one specific country or population, but the entire Earth, the entire 7 billion people on Earth. And this public health It's of course based in a system that is also responsibility of each country. But this system should not only pursue eradication of a particular disease or something, but to promote health as a way of living. We understand that this is a major and important aspect, especially because organizations, they can help people organize, train, develop leadership inside them. But sometimes if that's not correctly done and developed, there can be lots of stress and lots of impact on the health of the individual. Here we have three main aspects that are assessed when talking about health. So we can, of course, have an assessment and investigate and monitor the health of that population, like we've been doing now, and different countries continuously do that. We also have to tackle policy development, so to inform, educate, empower people so they can also pursue their own health. So this is also very important, and it's not only in the hands of state and government. Companies nowadays are more and more into developing policies so their workers can keep fit and healthy to work in better conditions. So it's very important to develop these issues, to give guidelines, to inform, to direct, to even create campaigns inside the organizations, the companies, in order to develop that. And assurance. So we need, of course, enforce laws and provide care and make sure that people are following the right guidelines and in order to have the proposal outcome. So let's say like here, wearing a mask and nowadays, and so it's compulsory, but you can also explain, and there's lots of things that can be done by companies and other organizations and institutions. We are talking here about the 5 elements from CGDs. So we are addressing people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Especially, I'm going to talk about partnership because we cannot change, neither reach any goal without partnership. So it needs civil society, it needs government, it needs institution, organizations to reach any goal that we are willing to address. There are many aspects of so the public health that deals with individuals and organizations as well. So we can have like injury prevention, we can have behavioral health care in companies, work site wellness, so we can have all this work with wellness and wellness centers in companies, so people can really have some time to develop that and not just say something like, oh, you should be doing, because it's hard also on people. So definition of health in all policies. So health cannot be reached if we don't join efforts to go into this common goal. Okay, improving the population health, equity, and especially focusing in equality and diversity. So at the same time, to make sure that everyone has the same access to the system, but also making sure that everybody is receiving and is treated properly in its individuality. We have complex health challenges, and COVID-19 is one of these. So it's very complex, and we know that rules and everything changes every day, and it has been a great effort of the world as a whole in terms of organizations, governments, civil society, etc. Okay, so this is something that affects many factors, and it needs the contribution of everyone. So this is, I'm going to give the example of the workers and working teams. So there are several considerations when we are going to address one or each difference. As I wanted to know in my research if the workers who had fixed working shifts were like happier and freer than the ones that had flexible, but at the same time, they were working extra. So I wanted to understand that and understand the impact of that on health. And although the ones who had flexible working hours, they could start working a little bit later, or sometimes have a lunchtime a little bit longer. They were working excessive hours. They were working far longer than the ones that had fixed working shifts in a factory. And there were many disadvantages and on health issues, and especially stress, that could be measured in this research. So there are other issues like that need to be tackled and see if it's feasible or not, like holidays. Many countries have like 20 or 30 or 25 days holidays per year. And can these holidays be split? Is it better for the health of the individual if they are split or if they are all together? In many companies and in many countries, the law is that the workers need to take the whole amount, the whole bunch. But in terms of stress and impacts on health, it would be mostly advisable if we all worked 3 months and then had a week off, 3 months, a week off, 3 months and a week off. So potential solutions need political power and need to be discussed and understood by society. So approaching public health, it's not so easy as it may seem or sound, because it always comes with lots of hypotheses, cultural differences, and everybody is a little doctor and professor. So there's a saying with that. So it's hard because when we are going to give some instructions or something, people used to base themselves on superstitions or sometimes even myths. So it's important that we highlight in all aspects the importance of science and the importance of continuously improving and creating new knowledge. So we have, of course, periods of great improvement in terms of health and healthcare in many issues. So we had the advanced with all the sanitary instructions and behavior changes. Then we also had all the biomedical approach and especially bacteriology. And nowadays, we have more and more personal care. Health as something that each person needs to learn and take care for during his or her lifelong. So more and more, it's clear that health in companies it's as requires a social behavior approach. So why? Because it's all based in lifestyles. It will need behavior change, okay, and it will need to reduce disease factors and risk factors. In this way, health promotion emerges more strongly. You can easily find what we nowadays, if you just look at the mobiles and look around, it's all about keeping fit, eating healthy, having a nice sleep, and most of the time talking about health issues. Okay, so it's important to adapt and change our behaviors towards that. So this is some guidelines, okay, to make sure that we are all following a better governance in terms of health and development. And why health matters? It's a way, because health, we know that the health shows the inequities in our population. So it shows the differences and shows how if by one side there are people living over 100, by the other side there are people living not up to their 50s. So unless we have public policies and we make sure that everybody has at least the same input, we will not have this healthy planet and everything. I'm about to finish. Complex issues are usually multi-determinate, so that's why it's so difficult to stop coronavirus. That's why it's so difficult to deal with complex disease. It will require a number of actions from governments, institutions, agencies, etc. Communication is the key in terms of health, okay, and trying to form a common thinking, trying to deal with the conflicts and to balance the power, because sometimes it's not so easy, especially again now in terms of public policies and lockdowns. So governments had to tackle and decide to pursue that, even though sometimes the populations did not all agree. So we need to combine these forces and decisions with care. Here is a framework towards a more healthy and healthy synergy, okay, in which we build our capacity and we build it individually and collectively. We are not just, oh, you take care of your health. No, we do it individually many times follow prescriptions, medicine, and so on, and checkups, but we also need public guidelines so we can all follow the same path. In the research that I told you about the night and day, I didn't tell you this as well. There's a great impact on health in terms of night shifts, okay? And we know that we combat labor, infant labor, but also night shifts, they do disrupt much of the health, and it's quite difficult for the person who work at night to adapt to other kinds of work and to have other kinds of activities during daytime. The fixed and flexible working hours that I told you, and the working hour during the interviews and the questionnaires, I was able to see that much of the working hour is seen as promoting suffering, and that can be a cause to great distress and disease. It's only when working hours are seen as creative, there are possibilities of being creative and in a friendly environment, that the work does help to promote and facilitate health. So these are some of the factors that I wanted to highlight, and also the importance of our topic 8 for today on building a different and new environment and new relations for us. Thank you all so much. And if you have any questions or any follow-up you may want, I can send you.
Thank you, Dr. Monica, for joining us. It's really a very factful presentation you have represent here. Thank you very much. In your presentation, you said about the public health functions. You also tell us about the issues for hype actions. You also told about the approaches to public health and achievements. And you showed us the research with workers. So thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. And we are very honored to have you in our virtual stage. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, Ms. Renuka, please continue.
Yes, ma'am. That was a great session, Monica, ma'am. You have addressed on the importance of public health and working time issues. Thank you. Moving on to the next session, we have with us Emmanuel Edit. Emmanuel, sir, is Executive Director of Young Smart Development Initiative, FCT Abuja, and from Nigeria. We would like to hear more from you, sir. Emmanuel, sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I can hear you. Hello, can I share my screen, please?
Sure, sir. Monica, ma'am, could you please stop sharing your screen?
Hello, Monica, ma'am. Could you please stop the sharing? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good morning to everybody from Nigeria. My name is Emmanuel Edet. I'm a youth advocate. Then I want to speak on SDG 8, which has to do with decent work and economic growth and the youth. Okay. The Sustainable Development Goals are fundamental for human capacity development. The SDG came into existence in the 7th section of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2015 and are intended to be achieved in the year 2030. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goal envision a present and a future that is economically sustainable, socially inclusive, and environmentally resilient. This is expressed in the framing of the 17 SDG, 169 target, and 230 key performance indicator. Stated simply, the SDG are universal calls to action, which each and every one of us here in this room is well known to safeguard. The essence was to safeguard the planet and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. The aim of SDG 8, which is my focus area, the essence for SDG 8 was to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive unemployment, and decent work for all, to advancing opportunities for women and men to obtain decent and productivity, work in condition of freedom, equity, security, and human dignity. The target of SDG 8, the target was to promote support activities, decent job creation, entrepreneurship, creativity, innovation, and encourage the formalization, economic growth of micro through access to financial services, improve resources efficiency in accordance with sustainable consumption and production with developed countries taking the lead as it is now, achieve full employment for all women and men, including young people and persons with disability, and equal pay for work of equal value. SDG 8 and the youth. As we can see, the future of humanity, of our planet, lies in our hands. When I said in our hands, for each and every one of us in this platform right now, it lies also in the hand of today's younger generation, who will pass the torch to the future generation. The 2030 agenda clearly applies to all of the world, 1.2 billion young people, who are currently make up of 16% of the global population, and to the 1.3 billion young people who will call the world home by 2030. The target date for attaining the Sustainable Development Goals, United Nations 2017. The size of the youth population matters greatly in the context of sustainable development. That is the reason whereby I always advocate that whatever we are doing in the different countries, the youth has to be considered. The youth must integrate into all our framework in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, because the youth are the future. The age structure of a population and the relative size of the youth cohort are important because they serve as the determining factors in the growth of the labor force and pressure on the economy in terms of a job creation. Like in my own case, in our country, Nigeria, the population of the youth is like almost a quarter of the overall population of 200 and something million estimated. And we can see how important this population are if the government of Nigeria can harness this population the way it ought to be. But rather, the case is different. So I move forward, looking ahead for SDG 8 and meet COVID-19. COVID-19 has served as a threat to the whole world, including India, America, China, and the rest to mention. You know, after the global economic downturn in 2019, the world as a whole witnessed the rising labor productivity and improved unemployment rate, despite the large disparity across the region 10 years later, in 2019, the global economy again slew with the lowest growth since 2008 to 2019. Then in 2020, the COVID-19 has caused abrupt and a profound change, slowing the economy of the world even further. It is having an adverse impact on the world labor market, particularly on the worker in informal employment, the self-employment, daily wages earner, and workers in sector at the high risk of disruption. In fact, we can expect the biggest increase in global unemployment since World War II. At the same time, the crisis poses a serious threat to the occupational safety and the health of the worker and may increase in the risks of the child labor. The government of state need to rethink. Every government of the world must have a rethink without even advocating for, due to the emergence of COVID-19, because the way we are engaging have changed, the way of economic have changed, the way of medical sector, every way have changed. COVID-19 have taught us a lesson, have brought in the new way of which we have to engage. Women must engage differently. Young people need to engage differently. The government need to engage differently. Before the emergence of COVID-19, roughly half the world population will live on the equivalent of labor of $2 a day. And in the developing country and many places, having a job doesn't even guarantee at this level. The ability to escape from poverty, this slow and uneven downward progress require us to rethink and retool our economy and social policy aimed at eradicating the poverty forcefully caused by COVID-19 around the world. What is a way forward? Having witnessed the emergence of this dreaded virus, then I draw the attention to every government of the world, institutions, organizations, companies, to re-strategize by urgently inculcating new policy measures that needed to support businesses, boost labor's demand, and preserve existing jobs, especially for young people and the most vulnerable, to achieve full and productive employment and decent work for all, women and men. Secondly, conduct research for evidence-based policy and SDG prioritization, because we all have a different problems. What is obtainable in India might not be obtainable here in Nigeria. What is obtainable in Nigeria here might not be really obtainable in Uganda. So each country have a different framework in tackling the issue we are confronting. Each country have a different problem, which they can adopt a different method, a different model to solve the problem, so that we can be able to create a viable economy for the vulnerable women and the young people. The end of my slides. So thank you very much, Doctor, for giving me this opportunity. So much appreciate.
Thank you very much, my dear friend from Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us. As you said that about the all Sustainable Development Goals 8 importance, and you presented us a very informative research and facts and figures. Thank you very much, my dear friend. Now, Ms. Renuka, please continue with the next speaker.
Sure, ma'am. So thank you, Emmanuel, sir, for your interesting information. Now, next we have with us our another esteemed speaker, Dr. Kalyana Chakravarti Tirunagiri with us. Dr. Kalyana Chakravarti is the visiting professor, life skills coach, and founder of Knowledge, Attitude, and Skills Services, CAS. Okay, pleasure to have you with us, sir. Now the session is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. 1 minute.
Sir.
Okay. Namaste.
Your voice is breaking.
Yes, now it's okay, sir.
Yes.
Nearby speaker.
So you are on mute, sir.
Only one device is to be
Yeah.
used.
Namaste. Good morning, everybody. I'm glad to see all the global participants here. Thanks to Research Foundation of India and Wiki Gossip Association. And the agenda given to me is goal number 8. So can I share my screen here, ma'am? Thanks for the introduction, Renuka ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We are making you a co-host, sir.
Yeah. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
I would like to request all participants, please mute your mic. Please mute your mic. I request all participants. Before going to start with sir presentation, I would like to request all participants, please mute your mic. Yes, sir, please start.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, please start.
Okay. My focus would be the role of skills development and capacity building for decent work and economic growth. Is it audible clearly, please?
Yes, sir, it's on.
So the gist of my talk is like this. SDGs, technological advances, focus on economic growth and skill development, NEP 2020, sustainability cycle, Project Oxygen and Aristotle, conducted by Google's research, famous values, expected graduate profile, top 10 skills in 20 and 22, then some training experiments that we have been doing in India, Myanmar, and Oman. Then I'll little bit talk about how we are going to integrate these skills into curriculum, then action plan for higher educational institutions. Because we are talking about global sustainability goals and decent work and employment comes through only skill development. That is the focus here. And how are we going to go about it and what we have been doing, a little bit I'll share with you. 5th anniversary of the adoption of SDGs by 193 countries at the UN General Assembly. 17 goals, as all of you know. Indian SDGs index had adopted in 2018. Development policies are there like National Education Policy 2020, Prime Minister's Kaushal Vikas Yojana, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, Ocean Abhiyan, Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao. These are some of the schemes, programs implemented in India. For the global audience, I'm just sharing. Indian audience already know about it. Then we come to action for the higher and time-bound human well-being. This is the speed of internet now. Before going to human intelligence and human skill set, I'm just drawing your attention toward this global phenomena, how much internet is used. I have shown here two data between 2011 and 13. The right side, it is visible. In 1 minute, this is what was going on on internet. It's a long list. I'm not going deep into that. Then to the left side, as of April 2020, the internet reaches 59% of the world population. This is what is happening right now. And this is the status of latest hologram technology. The 3D vision, the exact replica of anybody can be available anywhere in the world with your voice texture, 3D animation, everything, with translation into any world language. Now the questions based on this scenario, because we are talking about decent work and employability skill development, these are the questions I would like to raise in this August forum. Are the human skills improving that fast comparing to the internet skills? Because the phones are getting smarter than the people. Simply by having a smartphone in hand doesn't mean that we are smart. We are smart. Technological development versus human development. That has to be the balance. Balance between technical and soft skills. Or the higher educational institutions and other lower educational institutions, I mean, +2, UG and schools, focusing on skills development. How about interdisciplinary courses? How about integrating skills into curriculum? Industry academia interface. How about teacher education and training, FDPs, MDPs and all? Staff development, capacity building, multidisciplinary research, publications, etc. Is there a monitoring on these areas globally? The idea is creating skilled manpower gains decent work and contributes to economic growth also. That is the main idea here. Now, this is our national education policy, but there are some highlights like interdisciplinary education, multidisciplinary courses, interdisciplinary research, then multidisciplinary education and research universities. MERUs will be set up. These are the ambitious plans suggested by Ministry of Education, Niti Aayog and other agencies. Now, this is a cycle I was thinking of. Human intelligence, artificial intelligence, then skill development, industry academia tie-ups, empowerment of human capital, employment opportunities, then all these things will contribute to economic growth. And decent work contributes to economic growth because they are skilled people. This is a proposed model that I am suggesting here. Now, Project Oxygen, as I discussed earlier, Google has conducted a research in 2013. Ever since its inception in 1998, that 15 years data has been taken. It tested its hiring hypothesis by crunching every bit and byte of hiring, firing, and promotion. Then what are the findings? Among the 8 most important qualities of Google's top employees, STEM expertise comes in the dead last. STEM is, as all of you know, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, management, etc. So that came at the end. It means other subject domains, other expertises are above this. The top 7 characteristics of success at Google are all soft skills. This is the list given below: communicating with others, being a good coach, possessing insights into others, having empathy towards others, critical thinking, problem solving, connecting the complex ideas. Then all these things seem to be gained by an English or theater major person, not a programmer, right? This is a finding by you. Then Project Aristotle suggested that this is the background. Google takes pride in its A teams, comprising top scientists with the most specialized knowledge, throwing down one cutting-edge idea after another. But the findings are, its data analysis revealed that most important and productive new ideas come from B teams, not A teams. Employees who don't always are the smartest people in the room. It means these ideas are coming from B-type teams, which are going to A-type teams, and they are developing it. This is a revelation by Google's research. Now, the research question here is, could it be that top Google employees were succeeding despite their technical training or not? Then the decision changed company policy. Bringing in anthropologists and ethnographers to dive deeper into the data. They enlarged its previous hiring practices to include humanities majors, artists, MBAs, which Larry and Page disliked earlier. They wanted only science graduates. So all these things tell us that skills are more important than just knowledge. Now, this is the expected graduate profile. It's a big package expected by industries nowadays. Adaptability, resilience, collaboration, communication, civic and cultural awareness, creativity and innovation, critical thinking, and problem solving. And I don't think any average graduate who is passing out of a university is having all these skills, but this is the expectation. And in 2020, just last year, because of pandemic, which is becoming an endemic now slowly. So 2020, 21, not much difference. So this 10 number list is expected skill set. Then in 2022, World Economic Forum predicted, suggested that by 2022, these blue colored things, left side of my screen, are expected. Analytical thinking, creativity, critical thinking, leadership, emotional intelligence, reasoning, problem solving, all these things. But the idea is in this August Global Forum, I wanted to raise this question. Is it already being taught or trained at schools, colleges, and universities? That is one question. Then how it is integrated into the curriculum, how we are going to contribute to skilled manpower through which we can gain decent work and through which we can also get sustainability of our economy, global economy. Now, these are some training experiments which we have been doing, improving innovation, problem solving, and decision making among the students, teachers, and whoever is interested. This is an experiment conducted at ASBM University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, where I'm a visiting professor and the life skills coach also. And all these activities have been conducted recently also. We have done that. Students are involved in group works, pair works, and individual things. And their creativity, innovation, problem solving, all these things came out in that. That's an interesting study. Because of the paucity of time, I'm unable to cover everything. But if there is a chance next time, whenever, I'll be dealing with it in detail. This is just the gist of the activities contributing to skill development, Skill India, whatever you call it, which generates employability. There will be better citizens and more responsible and productive citizens in future. These are some of the activities we have done. Then another initiative by HETT, for teachers. This HETT is founded by Lisa Vance. She appears there in the center. She is the founder from Canada, but the initiatives are going on worldwide. We improve the communication, English communication skills of whoever is in the need. So we did in Myanmar, but unfortunately recently there was a coup. So that project temporarily stopped, online education. Then there was International TESOL conference where we presented all these trainings which we are doing. Left side you can see my student, she is an associate professor, Sander Ong, but we are unable to connect now due to internet problems because the present government stopped all internet activities. Temporarily, of course, it will come back. So that is done in Myanmar. Then this is Oman, where we have been doing some trainings in the Middle East. All these are part of skill development. And this is community engagement and rural immersion. Telangana University, Nizamabad, India. The teachers, the faculty members visit the nearby village and interact with villagers, farmers as part of their community engagement and rural immersion. And they study the farming activities and transit walks. And there is a case study. This is experiential learning. Then as part of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, that is one of the schemes of Central Government of India, field visit by NSS officers, Mahatma Gandhi University, Nalgonda. We have interacted with grassroots level people. The lady who appears at the right side on my screen, she's a scrap collector, all kinds of waste material she connects and sells it to somebody. She gets only 20 rupees per kg by selling this waste materials, which are recycled by big companies earning crores of rupees. But this lady doesn't have any financial support to start her own small industry like a melting machine or molding machine, something. If it is given to her, such people will also contribute to the economy in their own way. Then this is beautiful Oman in the Middle East, where less water is there. Still people with their various skills, they create this greenery. That's a wonder. My first visit was in 1999. Then recently in 2018, I visited. The village is still intact. In the desert, can you imagine this greenery? But it happens because of the hard work of the people and their skills, their teamwork, it is happening. And these are the beautiful artifacts of Oman. And I met this rural scientist. I call him rural scientist because he is near between Ellora and Nashik of Maharashtra state in India. He made this small innovation. He connected a fan, battery, and one iron frame where you can put cinders and the continuous flame is ablaze. And I appreciated him, and I purchased this for 1500 rupees. But he doesn't know how to patent it. If he can patent this, he becomes an entrepreneur. So all these things contribute to some skill development somewhere, and they are contributing to economy silently. That's the idea. Look at these famous failures. Albert Einstein, Walt Disney, Oprah Winfrey, the Beatles, Steve Jobs, Michael Jordan. All these people, at some point of time, they failed terribly in their lives. But that failure gave rise to a lot of skills, creativity, and they became successful. And in assessment criteria, we always go wrong. Look at this comment here in the bubble, top right side. For a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. Please climb the tree. Look at these creatures here. There is an elephant, penguin, monkey, crow, and seal. Which one do you think will succeed very quickly to climb the tree? Monkey and bird, right? But the others have some other potentials which are going unnoticed, unassessed. That's what is happening in our education system. Students, individuals, whoever is the needy, the trainee or the learner has a lot of abilities, but because of our curricula, our assessment system, somebody is going unnoticed. That's where multiple intelligence theory comes into picture. Howard Gardner published his work Frames of Mind in 1983. He talks about 9 types of intelligence. And I would like to raise this question in this August forum. How many of these intelligences are tapped at schools, colleges, and universities? Are they assessed properly? Are they reflected on the marks memo or the result sheet of any student? Are we not leaving out some of these intelligences? If imagine all these intelligences are improved, or at least few of these intelligences are improved in a student, the world will be a different place. And we are talking about sustainable goals, global sustainable goals, and trained manpower, decent work, employability, economic growth. All these things start from here, schools, colleges, and universities. I quote Albert Einstein, everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is a stupid. Unquote. Now, I collected this from somewhere. At the end of World War II, this letter was found in a Nazi concentration camp. It is addressed to teachers. Some person is addressing to the teacher. Hello, can you unmute? Mute the mic, please. Somewhere background disturbance is coming, madam, sir. Yeah. Okay. So somebody writes this letter to teachers. Dear teachers, I am a survivor of a concentration camp. My eyes saw what no man should witness. Gas chambers built by learned engineers, children poisoned by educated physicians, infants killed by trained nurses, women and babies shot and burned by high school and college graduates. So I am suspicious of education. My request is help your students become human. Your efforts must never produce learned monsters, skilled psychopaths, educated illiterates. Reading, writing, arithmetic are important only if they serve towards making our children more humane. This was a worry of that person who wrote this. That's an appeal to all the educators, all the trainers across the world. What are we producing? What type of manpower is coming out? With what skill set? How are they contributing to our economy, to the society, to the national building across the world? That is the question. That's why a blend of ASK should be achieved at the educational institutions or any organization for that matter. ASK stands for, as all of you know, attitude, skills, and knowledge. But that package has to come out. This is the integration of skills, present skills for future economic growth. This is a suggested activity which I have been doing for faculty members, teachers, students across India now because of the pandemic. And I did it in Oman, I did it in many countries for that matter. Let's do an assessment of existing courses at your university, college, or school. Complete the table below with your own examples later. I request the organizers to take it up, take forward, and connect to global institutions. Let us do something about it. The courses, topics, activities, tasks. Then, what is outcome in terms of knowledge, attitude, and skills? That is the exercise all educational institutions must do. Then let us also think and complete this table: course, objectives, outcomes, existing skills, expected skills, evaluation criteria, and marks. In evaluation criteria, I would request all of you to try to embed that multiple intelligence theory by Howard Gard, because your criteria, your outcomes, your objectives of any educational level should be aimed at this production of multiple intelligences or improvement of multiple intelligence. There can be research on this, there can be projects on this, and I'm always there to help. And I think Research Foundation of India also focuses on this, and Witty Gossip Association also I request to take it forward, please. This is a typical mindset. If somebody is asking, suppose in a global meeting like this, what is your opinion on the shortage of food in the rest of the world? If somebody is asking to uh, our African friends, somewhere there is drought, so one might say, what is food? Then Europeans, where there is no much scarcity, they may say, what is shortage? Then Americans may say, what is the rest of the world? And Arabians may say, what is opinion? So that is a typical mindset. Before starting anything, before proposing anything, the implementation thing becomes very, very difficult. So that's where critical thinking comes into picture. Who is benefited by this? What are the strengths and weaknesses? Where would we see this in the real world? When is the acceptable and unacceptable thing happening? Why is this a problem or challenge? How is this similar to something? It's a long list, but I just wanted to draw your attention towards this. Then our goals, we are talking about sustainable goals. Our goals should always be smart, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely. By specific, I mean, what do you want to achieve in your life, in your agenda? Measurable, how will you calculate the feasibility? Achievable, is it with your capacity, within your capacity and limits? Then, is it related to the people, place, and needs? Then, what is your timeline? For all these things to achieve, we need initiation. This person, uh, Matthew Sirek, a 41-year-old cyclist from London, cycled from Kyrgyzstan to India through mountains, terrains, deserts, and all, just by pedaling his bicycle and with no money. On the way, he was helped by people. He narrates his story. That article appeared somewhere, so it's interesting. So, initiative is important and implementation is difficult. Integration is another stage where we find difficulties, then outcomes, then measurement. So, that's all from my side. Thank you very much uh, for organizing this Global Peace Summit by Research Foundation of India and Witty Gossip Association. I'm thankful to the organizers and the moderator today for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share a few of my ideas. Maybe it is useful to somebody. My email ID is given here, and anyway, RFI is there to connect all of us. Any organization, higher educational or middle education, lower education level, teachers, administrators, or researchers would like to take up any study in integrating these skills into curriculum or action research or implementation of skill development, all these things can be done with commitment, and we are always there to support you. Thank you so much. Namaste from India, Hyderabad. Any questions I can take up if there is time still? Madam, over to you.
Madam?
Thank you, sir. I would like to say thank you to you for enlightening us with your words of wisdom. It was really great to listen to you.
Thank you.
We are honored to have you here on the platform of Viti Gossip.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Thank you a lot, sir.
Thank you so much. If there are any quick questions, we can entertain, ma'am, one or two, if possible.
Sir, at the last, sir, we will have a question answer round. So definitely
Sure,
we will.
sure.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Sure,
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Ms.
you so much.
Renuka, please continue. And now I would like to request Bharti ma'am to review the rest speakers. Bharti ma'am, now from my side, you will review the further speakers. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Okay.
Sure, ma'am. That was a great session, sir. How to create a decent workplace. Thank you for your motivating thoughts. Now, moving on to the next part of today's session, we have with us Dr. Meera Asmi. Okay. Dr. Meera Asmi ma'am is the chairwoman and managing director, e-magazine by the name We Grow Forest Foundation. Madam, we would like to know more from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be with you on this day, to be part of this sustainable development program, awareness to the entire world. So, I think you're showing the PPT from your end. Yes.
Aarti ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Mirasmi ma'am, I share your PPT. Please continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you'll be sharing the PPT. You can share it from your end.
Ma'am, Ajay sir is doing that.
Yes, ma'am. Please start.
Start.
Yes, ma'am, it is perfect. You can carry on.
Meera ma'am, are you there?
Can we start?
Yes, ma'am, you can start it.
Okay. So we have been discussing a lot about the sustainable development goals that has been put forward by the United Nations during 2015 as part of the Millennium Development Goals that has to be taken very seriously by all the continents, all the countries across the globe. And today we are actually, my section is actually on SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal number 8, that is on decent work and economic growth. So we know that, you can see that PPT, right?
Yes, ma'am, we can see.
Okay, there is something, okay. So we are just trying to coin a new word in this. So this is about eco-efficiency. So what exactly do we mean by efficiency? So that's the first and primary thing. So efficiency is actually nothing but what do you call, providing some kind of an effective solution, which is going to be be it a business, be it a government, be it a non-profit organization. It is actually providing some kind of a services like consulting and training to individuals so as to ensure more effective and productivity in the workplace. So it is considered to be the one right way to improve the existing system. So that's the reason why we have used the term efficiency. So that is a new term that has been coined in this regard. Okay. So with this global epidemic, we actually, the entire world understood one thing, that like we are actually bound to all these changes that is happening around us in the environment. So that was actually it is almost a year now, and it is actually like we are actually understood that the worldwide events in recent times, including the global epidemic, is actually a clear reflection that we need to change. So, in order to strive hard towards economic recovery after the pandemic and other crises, we need to come up with strategic and rapid action plan that will ensure long-term sustainable development and improve resilience. So, this is actually the time to change. We need to change. We need to adapt to new changes that is happening in the environment and make a behavioral change in all the aspects we do, that will actually help us in an economic recovery from the past, like including the pandemic crisis. And we need to come up with an action plan that is going to ensure sustainable development and improve resilience. So the stimulus is now on green measures. So why green? Because like the pandemic situation with the lockdowns and everything, we have seen that there was a rapid change in the environment around us, the natural habitat around us. We started hearing the birds singing, even in the urban areas. We started hearing the birds singing, and we have started looking back to nature, because that is actually something that was refreshing and reviving for the soul. So we understood that what we need at the moment is that we need to maintain our natural habitat in such a way that we are not going to we are going to survive here in this planet for more. We need to conserve our energy and resources in order to make room for the future generations to come. So this was a call of nature, and this stimuli should be on everyone in the society, not just the companies, not just the government, not just the NGOs, but it should be the priority of each and individual, and every individual in the society, that they should have a stimulus towards green measures. So it becomes inevitable that the organization or company should resort to ethical business practices, and like that their business practices should be a sustainable business which is going to protect the environment, not just reaping profits, but they'll have to preserve the environment as well. So the phenomenon of a concept of eco-efficiency is the green business model. So how is the business model going to change? Because like we are going to come up with a behavioral change. We are going to come up with a new concept for change, which is actually going to support something called the green business model. So here in the business model, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to focus on making the business go green. So how is it possible to make the business go green? It is simple. Everybody knows it. We have to make optimal use of the water, the energy and raw materials, reduce the carbon emissions, and ensure that the business is being done on an eco-friendly ways. So the environment as such is being protected by making optimal use of water, energy, and raw materials. Like actually, the term should not be optimal. The term should be minimum. How minimum we need to use the natural resources, and how efficiently we can cut the carbon emissions. So this is the only way in which we can ensure that the business is going on an eco-friendly way. That is the concept of a green business model. So the green business model will actually prioritize in minimizing the environmental impact instead of maximizing their profits. See, the organizations or the business houses or the corporate houses should have one thing in their mind, is that their basic instinct should not be on maximizing their profit. Rather, they'll have to sustain in the environment, survive in the business for long. And if they have to survive in the business for long, then they'll have to make an environmental impact and not just on maximizing the profit. So this is something which is very important. So that is the impact of green business model. So what is the business impact of turning green? How it is possible? Okay, so there are actually green practices which will actually help your business in business a lot. So what we require is that like we need to the organizations or the business or even the government should actually adopt for environmentally sustainable working practices that will actually save the energy, that is energy efficiency, that will actually help in having significant cost savings, which means that the business becomes more cleaner and more efficient. So like your business should become clean and lean. What do you understand by clean and lean? One thing is for sure, you don't have to like becoming leaner in the sense cut down unnecessary costs that is going to that is going to add up to your cost factor. Reduce all the unnecessary costs. Ensure that you're going to energy efficient packages. Make sure that you are using minimal resources at your disposal. Ensure minimum wastage. So all these will actually help your business become more lean, and that will actually ensure more efficiency and the productivity of the business. So that is one way that is save money. Then you can obviously win new business. Actually, like there is actually a growing pressure from the society, from the government, from the customers. So all are crying towards the business to act in an environmentally responsible way. Now no business house can exist in the world at the stake of at the stake of utilizing the resources from the natural environment. So if they are doing business, they have to make sure that they are doing it on an environmentally responsible way. That is very important because like the attitude and expectations of the customers are also rapidly changing. So it is the responsibility of every business house to ensure that you are going to adapt to the changes of the requirements, that is the growing pressure from the society, government, and other entities in the natural environment, to ensure that your business is going on an environmental friendly way, environmentally responsible way. That is very important. So this is by this you will we actually win new business opportunities. This will actually enhance your reputation. So enhancing your reputation is the need of the hour, because like every people in the environment, in the society, including the government and other stakeholders, they really demand that the business is behaving in an environmentally ethical way. So environmentally ethical concern is a major cry of the hour. So that has to be ensured. So those who actually fail to meet these expectations, they actually take the risk of damaging their brand. So this will actually, in turn, like harm the company's ability to gain more customers and retain the employees as well. So to enhance the reputation, every business house, every organization should come up in such a way that they behave in the environmentally ethical way. That is the need of the hour. So the green practices will help you make more efficient. So you can switch on to newer technologies that will actually reduce the carbon footprint, and that will help in ensuring significant efficiency gains. So like the pandemic has taught us one thing, that like employees can work from home, so that will actually reduce a lot of traveling. So when a lot of people start working from home and not traveling daily to their offices, that is actually reducing the carbon emissions. Okay, and the research also shows that the employees are almost 20% more productive. So reduce also, these are some kind of a flexibility that you can actually bring about in your organization, that will actually save your energy, your resources, and like bring significant changes in the carbon footprint, that will enhance the productivity of the employees, and you're going to gain your what do you call, the goodwill of the your brand is getting, brand name is going to get enhanced. So make yourself more efficient. So we have been talking about sustainability in business. So what exactly do we mean by sustainable business? How it is possible to go sustainable business? Work smarter and reduce travel. As we stated earlier, you know, what you need at the moment is you need to have smart people working for you. It is not about the total number of employees who are going to come over to your organization, work from morning to night shifts, and spend, see, when you are actually working in an office environment, consider about the energy that is being deployed. You know, the office will be completely like office will be completely like what do you call, centralized AC, then the lighting. So these are like energy that is going to get wasted. So if you actually give flexible options to your employees to work from home, or give them ample flexibility to work, to plan the work, they will work more smarter, and that will reduce the travel, and this will help in reducing the carbon emissions as well, and to save the energy resources. That is one way of doing a sustainable business. Next, recycle and reduce the consumption of materials. See, we need to understand that the raw materials which is actually present in the environment is becoming scarce. The resources are becoming scarce. So what we need at the moment is that how effectively we can reuse the existing materials, recycle and reduce the consumption of materials. For example, even in the pandemic situation, there are being like we are more concerned now, and so there are like PPT kits, and we are using masks. So all these PPT kits and other things, there is like a lot of plastics are getting piled up again and again. So this is actually going to create an imbalance in the natural environment. So what is the remedy for it? We need to come out with a procedure where we can actually recycle these used materials and convert it to something like a usable material. For example, in Kerala, what we do is that we have certain organizations, including our organization, who is actually working on the plastic emission. We actually collect these plastic materials from nearby states, including the state of Kerala. And what we actually do is that, you know, the collected raw materials are cleaned and like processed, and they are being converted to building blocks. And the government, the NGOs, the builders, they are actually buying it up. They are actually buying it up, and that is going to get used for the construction purpose. So that is one way of recycling the used plastics. So that is one way of doing it. So we have to find maximum ways by which we can recycle and reduce the consumption of raw materials, because we need to understand that there is a scarcity of resources in the environment. So we need to take ample efforts in order to ensure that the resources are not going to get exploited over a period of time. So reduce the consumption of materials, and maximum recycle and reuse the materials that is available. Improve energy efficiency. There was a time when, like almost all the organizations were resorting to the electricity. Power consumption was on a higher end, but now business houses are becoming more smarter, and they are trying to improve the energy efficiency. So rather than going for the traditional like electricity, they can now switch on to solar energy that can actually help in efficiently replacing the power that is currently used. So we actually in Kerala, we have a full-fledged, the government is actually having a very good association with the energy group, that is a green energy group in the name of AMI Solar, and they are actually coming up with replacement models that will actually automate the entire offices and even the factories that can be converted into that can be like chartered out using solar energy. So we actually need to come up with some kind of an improvement through which we can ensure that the energy is getting more efficient. So maximize the use of solar and other energy sources rather than to go for the traditional electricity. So these are some ways of which we can improve the energy efficiency. Sustainable sourcing. So what do you mean by sustainable sourcing? So we need to understand that, like we have to change the traditional behavioral pattern. So in traditional behavioral pattern, for example, if you consider a business house, like a corporate entity, you'll have hundreds of employees working over there, and they will be having their own ID cards, they will be having their own business cards, CVs will be there. Too much of a paper in an organization. Reduce that. How is it possible to reduce it? So in India, we have the Digital India campaign, and through that, like the digital platform is the new normal. Use it efficiently. You can switch our organization We Grow Forest Foundation has joined hands with Government of India, and we have actually come up with a new digital networking that is under the name of virtual name. And what we do is that like we are actually replacing the traditional business cards, and we're creating infy cards. The traditional portfolios or profiles, or what we call as the CVs, are getting converted to digital bios, that is and in the name of infy bios. And we are actually creating digital directories, enterprising directories. So what is the purpose of it? The purpose is very simple. Reduce the usage of paper. Say no to paper. Change your behavior. The new normal is through networking, online networking, through the digital platform. Make it the new normal. So by that, like you're actually resorting to something called the sustainable sourcing. You are actually preserving your environment, and what you're actually doing is that you're actually changing your behavioral pattern. What we were actually used to do for the past so many years, we're actually changing our behavior, and we are going to set a new normal, that is a digital media. So we are just switching on to a behavioral mode, and we are going to ensure that the connectivity and the networking and the new business is going through the digital platform, which will ensure maximum connectivity across the continents. There is no barriers at all. Instant connectivity is there. We actually come up with our cards, and bios and directories are made and created in such a way that even your social media and all your profiles can get shared to millions of people, millions of business houses across the world with a single click. So this should be the new normal. So this will actually help in the sustainable sourcing as well. So the road of making your company green. So something about the green consulting. How are you going to make your company green? Okay. So first one is that measure your carbon footprint. You have to ensure that even a business, small or medium or large business owner, you have to ensure that how you're going to measure your carbon footprint. There's something called the eco calculator, which we have developed in our foundation, that is the We Grow Forest Foundation. And it will actually help you mathematically understand how much is the carbon footprint that is getting emitted from on a daily basis. So how is it possible to cut down that? So one way is going digital. Second way is what we discussed, like flexi times, make work more smarter, make people travel less, resort to digital media, make it the new normal. So that all these are going to create a definite impact on the environment, and thereby you are going to save your natural habitat. So that's the first step. Second one, adopt flexible work timing. See, work timing, you have to ensure that your organization, the people who are actually working in the organization, they adopt a flexible work timing, so that like what you need at the hour is to have more productivity. You need to have productive workforce. So give them the ample space so that they can adopt a flexible work timing. So that will actually help in maintaining a work-life balance as well. This will actually add up to the wellness of all the individuals. Next one. adopt new technologies. As we said, the digital media is going to be the new normal. So once the pandemic has taught us one thing is that you don't have to be present every time everywhere in order to make connectivity or do your business. The pandemic situation has given us a new lesson that the digital media can be the new normal. Digital connectivity, digital networking can be the new normal. So that is something very important. So you need to change your behavioral pattern, and you have to start adopting your business to newer technologies which will actually enhance your business, ensure more connectivity, more networking, and you're going to save your planet as well. Next question. Next one, that is adopt energy saving practices. So how are you going to adopt to energy saving practices? Like we said, we need to actually ensure that we are adopting to new energy saving practices, like switch on to solar. Okay, move out from the traditional factory settings where you use the conventional electricity. Switch on to solar. You start using solar energy. You can even have solar heaters. You can have solar inverters. Everything is there. So this is actually an energy saving practice. And along with that, like the carbon emissions are also going to get reduced. So how well we can actually adapt. Wind is another energy energy source. So to try to generate energy through other means as well. But we need to ensure that what is most economic for us, what is more which one is actually more handy to us, that makes a lot of difference. So we need to actually adopt to new energy saving practices which will help in ensuring that your business is going to protect the environment as well. Next slide. Switch to green materials. So how is it possible to switch to green materials? So ideologically speaking, we are the WeGrow Foundation. We are actually coming up with some reformatory measures which will ensure urban forestry, green zones, green charging zones, and like urban shades. Now, what does this mean? Actually, these are very simple ways of telling you is that go green. How do you go green? Make sure that you are in close proximity to the environment. Even in your office space, you can actually convert your traditional office space to much more greener. You can have indoor plants. You can see most of the developed countries, including Japan, they have started having green offices. They have these green charging zones. Why do we need a green charging zone? Because honestly speaking, we are all very stressed with the daily life goals. It is difficult to manage our work and family life. Everybody is stressed out, and we actually need to plan out. We actually need to come out with what do you call as to ensure that we need to struggle to find time for ourselves, and that is actually going to affect the wellness, your emotional wellness, your physical wellness, your spiritual wellness. Everything is going to get affected. So what we're trying to do is that we are introducing the concept called the urban forestry, wherein wherever possible, even with even the indoors, that can be given a new look through the green outlook. We are actually encouraging the corporates, we are actually encouraging the government officials to ensure that they have the interior walls are going to get green. They are going to create green zones in within their office premises, so that this is like a charging zone. Every time you feel exhausted, or every time you feel like rejuvenating, taking a break, you can just go there, sit there, relax, come back. That is actually going to be more refreshing. We're actually coming up with lot many efforts in order to ensure that the corporates, the government, the NGOs, even the individuals, including the children, they are with us, and we are actually on a path of a revolutionary movement towards urban reforestation. So obviously, switch on to green materials around you, and that will actually create a big impact in your personal and professional life. So what is green consulting? This is actually the art of ensuring that the efficiency is enhanced by delivering value so that even the bottom line of the society is getting benefited through creating a shared value. So the thrust is on the shared value concept. So on not just the business house is going to enhance their productivity, their efficiency, their profit margins, but they're going to do it in such a way that they're actually going to create a shared value system in the society, and that too for the environment. So the total societal impact is something that will actually help in improving a lot of opportunities. This will actually help the business to create value added goods and services. This will ensure economic vitality. This will ensure environmental sustainability, lifetime wellness, ethical capacity, and societal enablement. So ultimately, even the base of the society is going to get affected positively with the green consulting service. So in when we talk about the eco efficiency, it is actually helping in creating new sources of differentiation, operating advantage, network dynamics, and societal value. So all these what we have discussed till now, all this will add up to what you call as the eco efficiency. Next. So the main focus of the eco-efficiency is to make the companies understand that the environmental impacts of the business is very important, and they will have to respond positively to the increasing pressure given by the society, given by the government, other stakeholders, including the consumers and regulators. So the environmental impact should have the priority rather than maximizing the profit. So this will actually help in improving the brand value. They will have and will gain better investment opportunities based on the organization's environmental performance. Because like as part of the CSR efforts, you are going to gain a good brand name, and this is actually going to increase your enhance your brand value, and this will automatically help you in gaining better investment. So the result will be a more sustainable, a durable, and resilient business that will benefit all the stakeholders, the shareholders, the society, the government, everybody in the society, in the environment will be benefited. This will actually enable the companies to live the purpose. So by switching towards a sustainable business, we can the companies can actually set targets by analyzing the current state and identify the environmental hotspots, which will help in monitoring the improvements. They can identify the environmental hotspots, and this will actually help in looking back into the current state of affairs and how they can better their current activities in order to ensure that there is room for improvement. So a bit about my organization, that's the We Grow Forest Foundation. This is actually created as a, it is basically created as a forum by women, especially during this pandemic situation, where we actually understood that we have to, nurture the natural habitat in order to make sure that we survive in this planet for long. So this is actually this was a wake up call for everyone, everybody in the world. So actually speaking, what we found is that why women should come forward into this. This is not about feminism or women empowerment or not just women leadership or anything like that. This is actually a natural cry. Like women are considered to be natural creators for nurturing the child, nurturing the family, nurturing the society. They have that natural instinct to nurture and care. So that's a basic instinct that is there in any woman, and that is the reason why we thought that it is always better that women should come forward, that we will have to empower ourselves, we have to empower each another, and to ensure that we create a movement that is going to help in our own way, that is going to create a chain altogether, that is going to make a revolutionary change towards the reforestation movement. So we actually we have started giving up some affiliation programs, that is through sustainable consulting. So what we do is that we get in touch with the corporate houses, and we actually offer them green consulting from like changing their outlook from their interiors to the surroundings, make it very clean, create green charging zones, make the employees understand the need for going green, help them to adapt to green events. So many green activities are being part of it, and we offer them the green consulting services to ensure that they are sticking on to the sustainable business practices. So this is actually an ongoing program. This is not a one-time affair. So once we have we get in touch with the corporate house, that is an ongoing process, and it is like constant monitoring and upgrading themselves. So this is an ongoing process, so that like once we start the consulting, the environment changes, and we make sure that the change that is happening positively in the environment is getting enhanced over a period of time. So organization acts as a sustainable action advisory, and we specialize in helping the companies minimize the carbon footprint and drive future sustainable advantage. We have a team of expert consultants in Vigro Forest Foundation, and we have expertise in various fields, including agriculture, aviation, chemicals, cement, oil, carbon, hydrocarbon, IT, mining, metals, manufacturing, etc., etc. So this actually, we are having a very good association. We are very proud to announce that we are actually having a very good association with the government, regulatory bodies, the NGOs, and even the common man. Everyone, including a commoner, is actually have raised their hands in order to join together with us. What we do is that since the volume is going on a higher end, we have started creating chapters across every city, chapters across every district, chapters across every state, and even regional wise. So here what we do is that we together we create action plans for sustainable development, and we ensure that that is getting implemented. We actually create self-help groups of women in each and every location who will actually monitor, help in creating this green efforts, make them implement, monitor them, nurture them until that can survive on its own. So this is an ongoing process. So I personally believe that, especially my organization, we strongly believe that a nation can achieve sustainable development goals only when the people start rebuilding the nature. This is the need of the hour, and this is something which we all have to believe. We'll all have to take the pledge to become a green warrior, and we have to be the global ambassadors for green. With this, I'd like to conclude my session. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Meerasmi ma'am, for enlightening us with your words of wisdom. It was really undoubtedly one of the best presentations, and according to the requirement of today's scenario, it is about rebuilding nature. Ma'am discussed about ethical business practices, green measures, green business models, cutting carbon emissions, and ensuring eco-friendly ways of doing business. It was really great. The way you talked about reuse, recycle, and reduce. I would like to tell you, ma'am, that I belong to a city, Indore, India, where we are badly doing work on this. We are hardly doing work on this, that we are reusing each and every single trash, and even we are getting money from that. Nagar Nigam is earning through that. So I proudly say that I am an Indorian. And thank you very much, ma'am. This is today's requirement, that we should go on green business. Thank you so much for enlightening us.
Thank you so much.
I would request ma'am to go for the next presentation, please.
Thank you, Dr. Meerasmi ma'am. That was a great presentation on green business model and green measures. We would like to invite the next speaker for the day, Dr. Priyanka Chawla ma'am from Acropolis Institute of Management Studies and Research. Madam, the session is yours. Thank you. Priyanka ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Priyanka ma'am, your mic is on mute mode.
Voice is not clear, ma'am.
Ma'am, I think you are not in network area. There's a network issue in your connection.
I hope now my voice is audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Kindly log in with one device, ma'am.
Renuka ma'am, you proceed with your program. I'll come back again after one speaker.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. We'll proceed with the next speaker. So the next speaker for the day is Dr. Ankita Jain. She is from Sri Vaishnav Institute of Management, Indore. Madam, we welcome you. Kindly share your thoughts. Thank you. Ankita Jain, ma'am.
Ma'am, are you here?
Ankita, ma'am, are you there?
Ma'am, I
think network issue there.
I think we should move further.
Please continue. Yes.
Shall we go with the next speaker, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, please.
So we have with us the next speaker, Professor Dr. Manisha Pandey, Professor at Renaissance University and Visiting Professor at IMS DAVV Indore. We welcome you, ma'am. Hello. Just madam is not there.
Ma'am, I think Manisha ma'am is also not here.
Yes, ma'am.
Priyanka ma'am, are you ready?
Ma'am, it will take 2 more minutes.
Okay, sure.
Okay, ma'am.
So who's the next ma'am?
Next is Dr. Mahavidyalaya. Is she available, ma'am? Mamta ma'am, are you available?
If any guest not available, please invite Dr. Sweta Bajaj, ma'am.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. So we would like to invite Dr. Shweta Bajaj ma'am. Renuka ma'am, please introduce ma'am.
Just a second, ma'am.
I welcome you, ma'am, on the behalf of Viti Gossip, Tagore, Shiksha, Mahavidyalaya, and all the dignitaries present over here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I would request Renuka, ma'am, to give you a brief introduction, please.
Just a second.
मेरा ये चार्ज करना बैठ के मोबाइल में
स्लाइड है
I think Renuka ma'am is having some issue. It would be great, ma'am, if you will put some light on your introduction, please. That would be great to listen from your own mouth.
Sure, ma'am. I would only first request to please make me the co-host so that I can share my screen.
Sure. Just a minute.
A very warm good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here in this great summit, which is being organized for 17 days on the sustainable development and all the goals of sustainable development. I would first of all like to thank Witty Gossips and Research Foundation of India for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this big venture and, you know, express my thoughts on it. So starting with my introduction, I'm Dr. Shweta Bajaj. I am working with AFT University and the HR specialist who works towards the betterment of human resources in an organization. And being an educationist since last 14-15 years in this field, my topic also is related to that, in which I'm talking today about productive employment. Since I am, dealing with the training, development, and educating the youth of this country, of the state of Chhattisgarh, I have prepared my talk on that only. So I would share my screen so that we can start. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, so my talk is on individual development for productive employment and decent work. We are covering the goal 8 today, which talks about the role of, the productive employment and decent work that plays in the economic development of our country. Here, my presentation today would be dealing with what Goal 8 is all about, how India is dealing with the productive employment and decent work, and then I would go to a funnel approach talking about our state, that is Chhattisgarh, what initiatives Chhattisgarh has taken to sustainable development of its people and to ensure that the people of Chhattisgarh are getting complete employment and decent work. So I will be discussing a case study of Chhattisgarh today on this forum so that we can exchange thoughts on interstate and international levels that how we are working towards sustainable development of in our best pace possible. Moving ahead, what does Goal 8 and productive employment mean over to all of us in general? So productive employment and decent work for all as a central objective in national development strategies. All the nations today need to have productive employment as their strategic development process. This calls for full and equal participation of women, men, and including those people who are dealing with disabilities in formal labor market. As we all know, we have formal and informal labor market in every nation. So this has to be a part of the formal labor structure. Then we need to integrate the informal sector into the formal economy in line with country circumstances. Because until and unless this amalgamation doesn't take place, the GDP of the country will not rise. To develop an operational, a global strategy for youth employment. So youth employment, as we all say and we know, any country is being led by its youth. Its youths decide which direction the country will go in the future. So the strategy for the youth employment has to be very, very robust for any country. Then to promote national youth strategy as a key instrument for meeting the needs and aspirations of young people. What young people of the country are feeling, what they want from their life, what aspirations to have in their mind. We need to understand and formulate the youth strategies of a country accordingly. Productive employment as defined properly by International Labour Organization is the employment yielding sufficient returns to labor to permit worker and his or her dependents level of consumption above the poverty line. There are a lot of people in India which still lives below the poverty line. So productive employment will only be applicable when we cross this line and the people are living a life where the worker and his family members can consume and have a social security which is above poverty line. Whereas decent work represents the advancing opportunity that a country or a state gives to the women and the people who have disabilities, along with the conditions of freedom, equity, security, and human dignity. Not everybody should be asked to work what they are not willing to, or they have joined that work just for the sake of earning few bucks, and they do not actually will, or they do not actually find it logical to work there. So a decent and advancing opportunities, the work which should be chosen by their own will, which they feel secure to work about, and as well as they maintain the human dignity. Some facts and figures before moving ahead, which I would like to keep before the forum, is in a global scenario. The global unemployment rate stood 5.6% in 2017, which corresponded to 192.7 million unemployed persons. So this figure is really shocking and very, very high. Whereas there were 300 million workers which are living in extreme poverty, and which is less than, the extreme poverty, which is very less than 1.90 US dollars per day. There are 470 million jobs which will be needed to absorb the new entrants which are coming to the labor market between 2016 to 2030. And only 29% of the global population has a comprehensive social security. The other 71% are not or partially protected. So we know social security is of very much important, and the figures tell us that only 29% of the world's population feel that they are socially secure, and 71% is still striving hard to protect themselves socially. So that is the reason why I decided to go with this topic of productive employment, because further in my slides, further in my presentation, I would be talking about the ways the eminent speakers in today's session has covered a lot of things on manufacturing, on digitalization, on the skill development, women entrepreneurship. Along with that, today I would like to throw some light on the rural development, how the basic things coming back to the rural can lead to a lot of economic development with the model that is being followed. So moving ahead, what is my country, that is what is India representing in terms of SD goal 8. So 92% population of the India is still employed in informal sector, and the informal economy is very high in the than the informal sector. So if we organize this informal economy through individual development for the growth of the economy, that would be really help. And already the prime ministers and the nation has taken steps towards it in the form of skill development programs, Make in India mission, Digital India mission, and then Mudra Yojana, in which they are making the ease of doing a business, and integration of schemes is going on from macro level to micro level. So a lot of schemes are being derived at a macro level, that is global level, then nation level, and then they come to state level. Now, what these SDG 8 means to Chhattisgarh. So Chhattisgarh, I would take up as a case study. This state, to brief you a bit about, is a state where we have a lot of moist present. We have a lot of Naxalites present in a larger part of Chhattisgarh, because of which the development of the people of that area is being completely hampered. So the government of Chhattisgarh has taken an initiative to start the skill development programs at this particular place called Dantewada district, which is a complete Naxalite belt, if you are aware of it. Otherwise, you can know that Dantewada, Jagdalpur district, that is a complete Naxalite belt. So the children, the women over there are highly affected, and they cannot come out of their houses because of the fear. So the skill development among those people is a mere dream kind of a thing. But the government's initiative, they've taken the children of those villages who are affected highly with the left-wing extremists, and they provided vocational training to those children. These colleges in Chhattisgarh are termed as livelihood colleges. These livelihood colleges were set up across 27 districts of Chhattisgarh with different models for skilling being followed. Chhattisgarh has also given its youth legal right to skilling. So skill-based education is what we are looking here today with the kind of demography we have in this state. Because the demographic changes are so variant within the state that if we do not work that way, it would be very difficult for everyone to earn the basic things. In a basic economy, if we talk of, economic growth of any state or nation depends when every individual present in that economy has something for them. They have a purchasing power, they have a capacity to spend. This topic was very well taken by our eminent first speaker, who has explained the financial role of an economy. So every individual person needs to have a power to spend, right? So those power to spend in this belt we were finding in Chhattisgarh very difficult. So with this now, these children, these women have come up with different skills, and now they're making their own livelihood. Now, the main features of this skill development program was, first, the skill gap analysis was done. It was understood what is being lacking in them and what they can do being in that particular area. So the skill development program was focused to the special group of vulnerable tribals, jail inmates, with special focus for self-employment, surrendered extremists, people with disabilities, transgenders, destitute women, and others. The preferred occupation that were taken for the skilling in the state are agriculture, animal husbandry, fisheries, and government infrastructures. Another scheme which was run by the Chief Minister, that is Mukhyamantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, in which funds from different ministers like WCD, tribals, and these funds were used to train those tribal people. And since 2012, the figures are really encouraging. That is, from 2012, around 1.6 lakh people have been trained, of which around 50% are the women. So somewhere we are getting the women into a place where they can perform, they can earn for themselves, and then thus contribute to the economic growth of the state and the nation. Another very interesting case that is being done here for the sustainable development is strengthening our agricultural-based rural economy and natural resources available in the rural areas, such as these four natural resources are being termed in Chhattisgarhi language, which is Narwa, which means river streams. So the women and the children who are available in the rural area are building streamlining the rivers and working on that, and they're earning their livelihood through that. Then the second is Garva, which is animal husbandry or cattle stock, in a way where they are empowered, where they are encouraged to manage the animals and earn their livelihood from there, become their own entrepreneurs. Then we have the third element, which is third natural resource, which is Gurva, which is the organic manure or the biogas, which now I guess at global level we are working at it, looking at the non-renewable sources of energy. So these are all renewable sources of energy, and they can be utilized so much in a better way for the overall economic development of our country. We do not have to outsource resources from anywhere, and we can become self-sustainable if we follow these schemes. And the last one is Bali, which means that every house has a place where they go and they grow their own vegetable fruits, they sell it in the market also. And this is what, from where the organic entrepreneurship came into the picture, and it is taking up such a large shape these days, that the organic food, organic chemical free vegetables. So these things have been following for the sustainable development since last 4-5 years in the state. Points of action, what should be done or what should be taken up for the further development or further growth of the point 8 for the nation's development. For productive development, it is very important that the rural women and the youth are skilled, because I remember Dr. Bharti taking up a very important point that if women are brought into the employment or they start earning, then the GDP of a country will grow by 16% altogether. So very, very important point. I totally agree with her that if we have to go for it, the rural, most of the India still lives in rural India. So rural development, rural women, youth needs to be skilled so that they do not look out for conventional white collar jobs, but they can become their own entrepreneurs, they can earn themselves. The second point of action should be taken is our education system needs to focus more on job creators than on job seekers youth. We need to train our youth from the beginning to be a job creator, not a job seeker. By providing placement cells, we are assisting them, but we have to ask them to think innovative, and our system has to be so robust, our educational system, and I'm sure the government of India is working towards it. That is the reason we have our new education policy, which will be implementing soon. So our education system needs to work on more job creators. India and the globe needs more job creators, looking at the unemployment figures. The third point of action from my study would be the skill training program to be designed keeping in view the demography and the local requirements. As I have taken a case study approach and I've told you what we are doing in Chhattisgarh, what as in state, the initiatives, looking at the natural resources, looking at the things that we have available, the boundaries that we have, or the limitations that we are facing because of the moist and everywhere. So this, every state must be, or every country must be facing similar kind of limitations, and they must be having their similar growth parameters. So the skill training program should be designed more keeping in view the demography and the local requirements, so that more entrepreneur opportunities should be created. Sustainable methods of generating employment in entrepreneurs through innovative methods of waste management. Waste management is something like I told you, a gurva, which is, which is based on completely the manure, biodegradable manure production and use of biogas. So if we learn to manage our waste, the globe would be a better place to live in. And there are a lot of new business ideas, new entrepreneurs developing these innovative methods. So we only need to generate those sparks among our students, that, among our students, among the youth of the nation, that they need to be more sustainable. And I was a part of the this seminar yesterday, also this summit, and I remember telling the principals of the summit that this all goals should be a part of the school education. And I cannot agree more that yes, the students should be made aware about sustainable development since they are in the school, and that is the need of the hour which they are supposed to do. Integration of digitalization with the rural initiative. There are a lot of rural initiatives being taken at different parts of the country, different parts of the globe, and that has to be digitalized. Other people need to be make aware of those things, so that when they combine with it, together we can move towards the path of the growth. And awareness of conventional ways of entrepreneurship ways in an innovative way from school level. We all go towards manufacturing, we all go towards service, we all see fancy jobs, but we do not see there is a lot of wealth available in our natural resources present around us. So we need to develop that understanding that these conventional ways with your innovating thoughts, the innovative thoughts of the youth, can make a lot of difference. With this, I would end my talk. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Shweta Bajaj, ma'am. It was really informative for all of us. You really said well that we should focus on informal sector. And in India, of course, we are working on informal sector itself. And we should move on organic, which is today's requirements. An education sector, of course, should have skilled people. We should focus on job creators instead of job askers. So it was really informative session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much, and all the best for all your future ventures.
Now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Ravindra Rena, sir. Ravindra Rena, sir, are you here? Sir, are you here? Shall we
Mr. Ravindra Rana, are you there?
Yes, please.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. So Professor Dr. Ravindra Rena is a profound academician and distinguished scholar in economics, writer, editor, advisor, motivational speaker, and public intellectual with over 29 years of teaching and research experience in Asia Pacific, Africa, and European continents. He has been an independent consultant and training expert. Professor Rena is currently working as Professor of Economics at the NWU Business School, Northwest University, South Africa. He also served as an adjunct professor of economics for master's and doctorate program at Monarch Business School, Monarch University, Switzerland. I would welcome Sir on behalf of Witty Gossip and all the dignitaries present over here. Thank you, sir, for being here with us.
Yes, sir, madam. Thank you very much for those kind words. And at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this great event, Witty Gossip Association and Research Foundation of India, and Tagore Shiksha Mahavidyalaya, Indore, India. I also would like to thank all the people who put their efforts to bring all these stalwarts from different parts of the world, about 25 countries speakers for the past 1 week. They've been speaking on different pertinent issues. So I must thank especially Dr. Supriya Pathak, who really initiated the director of the Foreign Affairs, the Witty Gossip Association. And I would like to thank the theme that they have chosen was very, very important, that we all need to discuss, we need to debate, and we also need to find some solutions for the global issues that we have. So the global peace and sustainable development goals is the a pertinent topic for all of us across the globe. And I just would like to touch upon some of the salient features here and some of the important issues here. We all know that, ladies and gentlemen, we have starting from 2000, and the United Nations organization started a Millennium Development Goals, which is popularly known as MDGs. I'm not going to go to the details of MDGs here, but I just wanted to tell you that we got poverty and hunger. That is one of the important points that the United Nations identified. And then the primary education, universal primary education, and sustainable environmental development, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the important points out of 8 goals that they fixed. But we must remember the point that starting from 2000 to 2015, in 15 years period, alleviating the poverty that is existing in this world is absolutely impossible, because of the fact that the United Nations experts who sit in that committee, who prepared the goals, and they set up the 21 targets. And those 21 targets, in order to achieve those 8 goals, is absolutely impossible. So they fixed 15 years, starting from 2000 to 2015. And so 15 years is absolutely impossible for the United Nations or for any country, member countries in the world, to achieve the poverty alleviation. According to the estimates made by some of the economists, we need more than 150 years, not 15 years, ladies and gentlemen. We must think about that. So United Nations forgotten to keep 0 after 15. So with that, then we started in 2015, September, we started this SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Now they break them down. Those 8 are continued, but we got a bit of clearer picture, and we converted them to 17 goals. So ladies and gentlemen, I think the Witty Gossip Foundation is exerted lots of efforts to bring all these people, participants, speakers from different countries to speak about these 17 goals, starting from April 1st, 2021 until 17th of April, 2021. So today is 8th of April, and our fellow speakers are speaking about the decent work and economic growth. So we have issues pertaining to the decent work, productivity, and inclusivity, and we also got probably full employment, a full decent employment for the people, that whether that is achievable, whether the decent work that we have would promote the economic growth or not. So That is some of the point that I would like to speak about as an economist, as a professor of economics. And I wanted to touch, I just would like to give you a picture here that we got a population of 7.8 billion people living on this planet. Out of these 7.8 billion people, we got the labor force, according to the International Labor Organization estimates, we got the labor force which is about 3.4 billion people. So meaning that 4 billion people, they are not doing any work. Either they could be unemployed, or they could be probably students, or they could be small children and the old age people, and so on and so forth. Ladies and gentlemen, we have, if you look at the definition of the labor force, starting from 16 years to 64 years. So that is the age group that we consider as the potential labor force across the globe. And then within that age group, there could be students, they could be, physically handicapped people, they could be sick people, they could be any number of people. So we exclude them from this labor force. Now, the people, those who are ready to work, those who are ready to do any kind of work based upon the wage that is offered in the labor market, and then that's what, if the person doesn't get any employment, we call them as unemployed. Whereas if the person got employment and he can be working in any kind of profession that he holds. So I'm not going to go to the details of that, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, I would like to mention a few important points that we all should know and we all should think about, and we should all also do something to improve this situation. So we have the labor force, and the labor force, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, 1.4 billion workers who are particularly working in the informal sector, they are in risk of losing their employment and also risk of losing their livelihood. So we need to think about that point, ladies and gentlemen. The United Nations, for the past 5 years or 6 years down the line, starting from 2015 to 2021, this year, what did we achieve? Whether we could able to provide the decent employment or decent work for the people that living on this planet, or whether we can able to improve the economic growth rate of these economies, we need to think about that. So particularly for the past 1 year or 1 year, 3 months time, the whole world is been shaken, and it's an overwhelming experience for all of us that we begin to live in an abnormal situation, in abnormal environment, where we make that or we adopt that abnormality as a normality, and today we are calling it as a new normal life. So we are trying to adopt that new normal life, and eventually there are millions and millions of people across the globe, they lost their employment. Now, take India, for example. India is the second largest populated country in the world, which is going to be first largest populated country very soon. And we are getting close to 1.4 billion people. Out of 1.4 billion people, ladies and gentlemen, the number of people got unemployed was more than 15 crores. So that is about more than 150 million people that are employed, or their livelihood was been badly affected by this pandemic. Now, how to bring back those 15 crore people, to put them back to the track and make them to work again? That is a big puzzle. That's a big question for us, ladies and gentlemen. Now, India, economically, as far as economic growth is concerned, 23.6%, nearly 24% of the economic growth rate that we lost. That is the minus economic growth rate we experienced. According to IMF estimates in 2018, India was the fastest growing economy in the whole world. That made us so proud, that made us so happy. But today we went back to probably 50 years back, economic as far as economics is concerned. So now to bring back those 50 years is not an easy job for us. Now, how many years we left with in order to achieve this Agenda 2030? We got less than probably about 9 or 10 years time. And within this 10 years time, achieving the high economic growth rate or achieving the decent work for our people, is it doable? Is it achievable? Or can we achieve this? That's the fundamental question we can pose ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Now, because of the current scenario, countries like America, which has the largest economy in the world, where it is producing probably about $23 trillion economy to this world, and America also got more than 40 million people got unemployed, they begin to seek the social grants, ladies and gentlemen. So the number of people, even Joe Biden, the current president of America, soon after he became the president, he opened up a bailout package, which is about $2.9 trillion. So in order to address these issues, to provide some kind of social grants to the people, needy people, and so on. So now the economic growth is a fundamental issue here. We've been experiencing, starting from probably, if you look at for the past 2020 years history, in India, India is the largest economy in the whole world, not for today, not for 1 year, not for 100 years. It is for 1,800 years. It used to be the largest economy in the whole world, which was contributing 40% of the global wealth, ladies and gentlemen. From 40%, we drop it down to 28%. And from 28%, we come down to 25%. So when Britishers came to India, India was still having probably a power of about 28%. Money is being contributed to the global economy from India alone. So from 28%, 25%, then we, even in 1913, just before the World War I, India was contributing 16% of the global income of this world. In 1950, when India got a republic on 26th of January, we are still contributing 4.5% to the global income. Now we today contributing about less than 3%. So this is our contribution from India to the global income. Now by contributing 3%, what does it mean to us? Meaning that we are contributing about $2.8 trillion money to this global income. Sorry, global economy. Now we have this situation like that. So according to the IMF estimates a few weeks ago, although our economy has been tumbled down, all the economies, all the major economies in the world, but still economy of India has got the great potential to grow at the rate of 12.6% in the coming couple of years' time. So that is also one of the promising trend that we can look at. But if we look at the growth rate of Indian economy, and today the growth rate of Indian economy is only 4.2%, or probably less than that. So now the government of India and the people of India, we are aiming to achieve $5 trillion economy. So $5 trillion economy by 2024 in the coming 3 years period. Whether we can able to achieve this $5 trillion economy, that's also a big question for us. Because we got, so meaning that from 2.8 trillions to 5 trillions, it's not a easy task for all of us, and we must think about that. So unless and otherwise, if the economy of India grow at the rate of 12 to 13% per annum in the coming 3 to 4 years period, then we can able to achieve that $5 trillion economy. No matter we started Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-reliant India, made in India, make in India, a local for vocal and vocal for local, and so on and so forth. These are the popular slogans for the past 1.5 to 2 years time. So whichever is the case is, but we need to work hard. So when it comes to hard working, we begin to think that it's not my duty, it is the government duty. We all wanted to become rich, but nobody wants to work. So it doesn't work like that, ladies and gentlemen. No pains and no gains. If you don't pain yourself, you're not going to gain anything for yourself, and you're not going to contribute anything for your country as well. So we must think about that. So we must also contribute. Everybody thinks that we want to live in a decent planet, in a decent house, in a decent planet, but we don't want to do what decency is all about. What we can do or to make our living environment decent. So people in India, of course, Indore is one of the cleanest cities in the country, and continuously for the post 4 or 5 years down the line, Indore became the cleanest city in the country. We need to appreciate Indore. I was there in Indore 2020 January. I was also there in Bhopal the city of lakes of India, and it's also a very clean city. So Madhya Pradesh is considered one of the cleanest states of India. We must think about that, whether it is Jharkhand or Uttarakhand and Varanchal or Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh and probably Telangana state and maybe Odisha. All of us, we must learn from those cleanliness. So cleanliness, greenliness, which also contribute for the best working environment for us. A best working environment also can promote the economic growth for us. So we must think about that, ladies and gentlemen. And there are a lot of issues that we need to address. India is the only country in the world which is contributing 24% of the global poverty. And that is absolutely a big shame for us, ladies and gentlemen. We must think about that. The well-governed poverty in developing countries like India, we must be ashamed of, because the politicians are trying to govern the poverty, manage the poverty, and manage the poor people. And the same thing is happening in Africa. The same thing is happening in a majority of the Asian countries. The same thing is happening in Latin America. So well-governed poverty, we must be ashamed of. And also at the same time, badly governed wealth, we must be ashamed of. So what badly governed wealth, ladies and gentlemen, we have so much disparities among ourselves. And some countries like America, which has been the largest economy in the world, starting from 1871 until today, 150 years down the line, America is the largest economy in the world. So much wealth has been wasted for nothing. There's no productive utilization of the resources, money or the natural resources. So much has been wasted. So much so, the developed countries such as France, Germany, and Italy, the UK, and Canada, Australia. So if you look at the wealth, how the wealth has been wasted, we must think about that. We must be ashamed, or all the developed country leaders must be ashamed because of the fact that they are not utilizing the resources properly to the optimum extent. So we must also think that we talk about the economic growth across the globe, all the economists across the globe, all the politicians, all the policymakers, we try to think about economic growth, but we do little or we do nothing to promote the economic growth. So economic growth, it doesn't make any sense if you leave out the common man. India was achieving an economic growth rate of about 8.6% at one stage. And we are going to grow at the rate of probably in the coming few years, we are going to grow maybe about 10 to 12%. But what does it mean? If a common man who is living in a rural part of India do not have any decent job and do not have any profession, do not have any proper education, do not have any other livelihood to survive, then what does it mean? Does it speak anything about? China has been growing, for example, for the past 30 years down the line, Chinese economy was growing more than 10% per annum. So for the past 30 years, that's what made China is the second largest economy in the world, which has got about $14.6 trillion money. And that is probably about 20% of the global income of this world. So Chinese people, they worked hard for the past 30, 40 years down the line. They could able to uplift about 700 million people out of poverty, ladies and gentlemen. You must think about that. Although India has achieved, starting from for the past 2020 years, as I was telling you earlier, that India was the richest country in the whole world and is also largest economy in the whole world for more than 1,800 years. Now, today, where we are standing? We are standing in line with so many countries like Bangladesh. We are standing with Pakistan. We are sitting with Burundi. We are sitting with Rwanda. We are sitting with Mali and Malawi, Ethiopia, and so on. So what happened to us? So it is the Britishers who has taken all our wealth. It was estimated that $45 trillion worth of money has been exploited by the Britishers from Indian economy. And then India has having still abundant natural resources. So from that kind of situation, we are still battling, and we couldn't able to uplift the economy and the economic growth that we supposed to. We have the huge potential with our labor force, but the corrupt politicians could not prepare appropriate policies or even the policies are being implemented. We got 5-year plans starting from 1951 to 56, 56 to 61. There are so many 5-year plans that have been prepared. But when it comes to implementation, we fail to achieve the economic growth rate what China has achieved. Although the estimates reveal that about 400 million people of India are also lifted out of poverty. That's an achievement for us. But nonetheless, we could have achieved so much better because we were the largest economy in the world. Now, let me take you to Africa. What is happening in Africa? Whether we could able to achieve this target in the coming 9 to 10 years period by the United Nations. So Africa has got 55 countries in this continent, ladies and gentlemen. African continent is the second biggest continent after Asian continent. It has got about 30.4 million square kilometer land, and that is probably 3 times bigger than the European continent. When it comes to Europe, country like France, which is smaller than some of the states of India. Country like Germany, which is almost the same size of Rajasthan state of India. And country like Poland, which is also the same size of Odisha. So there are so many states of Europe, or so many countries of Europe, that are even much smaller than the states of India. Then they are there in the top 10 economies, but India is not there in the top 10. Of course, it is there in the top 10 economies, but as a top 5 economies. So we must think about that. Now, economic growth rate in African continent, although if you look at the continent as a whole, if you look at the economic growth rate, and Africa is achieving about 3.7% economic growth rate. That is more than our European countries, that is more than Japan, that is more than most of the developed countries. But there are some African countries like Ethiopia, and we have got Tanzania, we got South Sudan, which is not even 10 years old baby. South Sudan economic growth rate is about 7.2%. Ethiopian economic growth rate is about 8%. Tanzanian economic growth rate is about 7.6%. So these are the economic growth rates, meaning that what does it tell us? If the economy of Ethiopia is 8%, whereas Indian economy is half of that, 4.2%, what does it tell us? American economy is not growing not more than 2%. Japanese economy 1.2, 1.6%. So what does it tell us? So these economies, they already become wealthy economies. They already become rich economies. Now, according to our philosophy, ladies and gentlemen, once a human being is probably at the age of 50 years or about the age of 40 years, if his weight is about 55 or 60 kilos, that is the weight that we need to maintain throughout our life. So we don't need to increase. So the developed countries have reached that stage where they just want to maintain that economic growth rate between 1 to 3%. Whereas countries like India or countries in African continent, we need to grow even probably 20% or 15%. China was growing at the rate of 15% for more than 1.5 decades. And there are countries in probably in Africa, as I've indicated to you, they were also Burkina Faso. The economic growth rate was a bit high. And Guinea-Bissau, at one stage, probably 4 or 5 years ago, it was growing at the rate of 20%. Now today, French Guyana is one of the small countries in the world. It was growing at the rate of 26%. That is the economic growth rate. That is the highest economic growth rate, ladies and gentlemen. Probably by 2022, the same French Guyana is going to grow 49%. So 49% economic growth rate is absolutely next to impossible for any nation in the world. So these are the smaller countries. They could able to even Macau, which is probably an integral part of a small region of China. Macau's economic growth rate is also more than 20%. So these are the economies. The 20% or 15% or 10% does not make any sense unless and otherwise we uplift the living standards of the common man. A common man is still living with bare poverty and doesn't have basic needs, probably food, clothing, and shelter, or proper education and health facilities are not given to a common man. So this economic growth rate doesn't make any sense. We must think about that. So the fruits and the benefits of the economic growth must reach the common man, the one who is living in a small remote village of India or remote village of any African country. So we have to think about the per capita income. The per capita income is yet another important yardstick to measure the economic growth rates, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you look at the per capita incomes, according to the World Bank classification of 2021, we have an income of $1,035. So if a country has got $1,035 and above, that is known as lower middle income country. If it is below that, then it is poor country or low income country. From $1,036 to $4,045, that is the range according to the recent classification of the World Bank. And those countries, they can be considered as lower middle income groups. Then upper middle income groups, starting from $4,046 to $12,535. That is the upper middle income group. So South Africa, Botswana, Mauritius, Seychelles, and some of these countries, they are listed as upper middle income countries because their per capita income is more than $5,000. And a country like Seychelles, which has got a population of probably less than 1,100,000 people. I was there in Seychelles probably about 2 years ago. So because of the small population, and Seychelles has got more than 12,000 per capita income, and is going to be probably in the list of higher income group. So if a country has got more than $12,536 and above, and that country is considered as higher income country or high income country. So this is the classification. Now, with this classification, majority of the African countries, out of 55 African countries, and majority of them, 75 to 80% of those countries, they are still considered to be the poorest countries among the poor. So that means that they got less than $1,036 per capita income. Take Burundi. Burundi, Rwanda, we all heard about. And Rwanda is celebrating yesterday the Rwandan genocide, 27 years of Rwandan genocide, which killed almost 800,000 to 1 million people. So Burundi, such a small country, the per capita income is $263 according to the latest estimate per person per annum. What is $263 tells us? $100 is equal to about 7,500 rupees. Now, if you look at the countries like Malawi, you can look at the country like South Sudan, which has got $303 as their per capita income. Ethiopia and Liberia and Ivory Coast, these are the countries that have got a very limited amount of per capita income that is less than $1,000. If you look at the other side of the coin in the world, country like Qatar, Luxembourg, Singapore, Switzerland, these are the countries which has got more than $100,000 per capita income. So we are comparing not with apple to apple, but with rats and elephants. So rat is Burundi here, and elephant is Qatar, Luxembourg, and Singapore, ladies and gentlemen. They got more than $100,000 per capita income. Singapore is such a small country in the world, which is much smaller than many districts of India. The average size of the Singapore is a little more than 700 square kilometers land, and Singapore became one of the top economies in the world. Even the income of Singapore is more than the income of South Africa. South African income is estimated to be about $250 billion, whereas Singapore income is probably $360 or so. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that the economic growth rate, the way that we calculate, the economic growth rate that we are experiencing in the world today is absolutely very pathetic. Country like DRC Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, which is very rich in natural resources. No country in Europe can come close to DRC Congo, which has got the net worth of about $25 trillion worth. And DRC Congo, 80% of the people, they live below poverty line. Whereas countries like Luxembourg or Switzerland, they enjoy the prosperity with more than $100,000 as their per capita income, where DRC Congo doesn't even have $800 per capita income. So we have so much disparities among ourselves. And the economic growth rate, we need to think about that. Does that mean the people living in the African continent, they are dying with starvation and hunger and destitution? So ladies and gentlemen, we must think that Africa has got so much land. In South Africa, the density of population is 18, whereas in India, it is more than 420. So as I indicated to you, the continent as a whole, we got about close to 31 million square kilometers. So at least people of Africa could able to get some means. Even they can get a agricultural in the farm, they can get some fruit, they can eat the fruit and they can survive. But we consider Africa is a poor continent. We consider Africans are poorest among poor. Africans do not have anything. That is absolutely a wrong opinion that is developed across the globe. We in India, there are children who study in the social science textbook. They see Africa is a dark continent. And there is a lot of destitution, a lot of diseases, a lot of problems, corruption, and whenever problem is there, whenever negativity is there, we think about Africa. This is not true. Africa is the rich continent in the whole world, ladies and gentlemen. I've been living in Africa for more than 22 years of my professional life. And I've seen closely what Africa looks like. So by any standards, if we define the poverty, according to the United Nations World Bank estimates, if somebody is earning less than $1.25, they are living below poverty line. $1.25, approximately, it is less than 80 rupees or 90 rupees. So less than 100 rupees, if somebody secures per day, that means 3,000 rupees we're talking about. 3,000 rupees, if somebody does not earn per month, they're living below poverty line. And whereas somebody is drinking a cup of tea, which is worth of 5 lakh rupees in India, just a cup of coffee. And somebody is using a cell phone, which is more than 3 crore rupees, and somebody doesn't have a phone in India at all. So we do have a lot of disparities, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, I'd like to I may touch some of the pertinent issues in the coming couple of sessions that I'm going to speak about. But probably, Supriya, can you tell me that how much time do I still have? Should I conclude?
Sir, actually, you have taken most of the time. But sir, please continue and please conclude, sir. Please conclude.
Yes, I would like to conclude, Supriya, that because African challenges are immense, and without touching African continent, we cannot talk anything about economic growth and about decent work for our people. So I would like to mention here that achieving decent work, there are people who got MBA degree working as constable. There are people who have got MBA degree, they are working as peons. There are PhD holders, they're also working as a clerks. So that is not a decent work. And definition of decent work, I'm not going to give here, ladies and gentlemen, you all know. So in order to achieve this particular goal number 8, United Nations, it doesn't take 2030, or it doesn't achieve, I guarantee, 2030 it cannot achieve. It may take another 200 years. In order to achieve this 200 years, even to achieve that target of 200 years, we must all work harder. We must respect each other. We must try to promote each other. We talk about inclusivity. There is no inclusivity at all in Indian standards, if you look at. We have, everywhere we go, we have a lot of exclusivity. So if we have that exclusivity without adding the people, without accommodating the people, and without achieving the inclusivity concept, it is absolutely going to be impossible for us. The same scenario is being practiced across the globe. So with these few remarks from my side, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts. And I'll definitely try to speak on some of the other pertinent issues like inequality and also maybe the smart cities concept in the coming few days' time. And thank you very much, Supriya, and thank you, Renuka, and thank you everyone on the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ravindra Dhanushar. Thank you very much to enlighten us from your words of wisdom. I would like to say thanks to you for being here from the day one. Every day I'm noticing you are continuously here since starting till end. You are putting your efforts and you are encouraging us. Thank you, sir, for being here. Over to you, Supriya.
My pleasure, madam. My pleasure, madam. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a really great honor, sir, for Witty Gossip Association and our Tagore Vishwavidyalaya that means you are with us, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And on behalf of Dr. Ajay Jain, sir, he is the Central India President from Research Foundation of India. I would like to thank to you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, Renuka, please continue and please invite Mamta Godial, ma'am. Actually, she is waiting. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. So thank you, sir. Those were very great insights. Now we would like to continue the session. We would like to invite Dr. Mamta Godial, ma'am. She is the brain reprogramming coach and the founder of Magpie, and also the director of World Association of Women Warriors. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome. Now the session is yours, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Here, I would like to say that instead of brain reprogramming coach, I'll say that the financial planner, because I have been into the banking sector for approximately, you can say now 19 years. So here, first, I would like to thank you and Witty Gossip Association and RFI for having me. It's really an honor to be a part of this international virtual conference and to share this platform with such eminent personalities. So I'll not take much of the time and start my session. So can I share my screen now?
Yes, ma'am, we are making you co-host. Please wait. Yes, you are now co-host, ma'am.
Okay. So can you see the screen? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, this is visible.
Okay. So today I'll share my views on SDG 8, which is about decent work and economic growth, and it is one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to more specifically focus on SDG target 8.10, which is universal access to banking, insurance, and financial services. It is really, go to my heart. Reason being, I've worked with the banking sector. So this is a topic which I would be able to, tell you in more detail. So the banking and financial sector has explored, as you know, that the banking sector has explored newer avenues to increase business and capture new market. So it is progressing to make financial services available to everyone. So when I say everyone, it is like to the people in metros as well as to the people living in the rural areas or slum areas. So so let's see what is first SDG 8 and what is this SDG 8.10 all about. So SDG, when we talk about SDG 10, it is basically to strengthen the economic system. The banking the services such as savings, insurance, payment, credit, and remittances. These all allow basically people to manage their lives, their plans, and pay. They can pay their expenses, grow their businesses, and improve their overall welfare basically. So, as bank remain one of the key institution for access to formal financial services, having an accessible bank branches is important. It is very much important to have this initial point of access to financial services, and therefore the people get used to the banking structure, because if you want to access the saving account, you have to go to the bank branches. If you want to take insurance or loan, or you want to invest in any kind of stocks or any mutual fund, you have to go to the bank branches. So bank branches become one contact point for everyone. So the bank branches are complemented by other important points of access also, such as automated teller machines. So we usually, know this by the name ATMs. So ATMs are also available with the branches. However, there are cases when we can see only ATMs. So these ATMs are exclusive ATMs, which we technically we say that off-site ATMs. These off-site ATMs are provided to the rural areas where the branches are not available, because it is not possible to have bank branches everywhere. So the ATMs are made available so that the normal routine is not disturbed. So, as we know that the objective of 8.10 is to strengthen the capacity of domestic financial institution in order to encourage and expand the access of banking, insurance, and as we have said that financial services also, which includes loan and mutual funds and other kind of services. So this is basically to strengthen this. So how we are strengthening this, and how we come to know that whether we have actually come to a point wherein we are strong enough to face this kind of scenario. So to measure this, there are two indicators which are there. So the indicators, the important indicators here are 10.8.10.1. First indicator is number of commercial bank branches per 1 lakh adults, and similarly number of automated teller machine, that is ATM, per 1 lakh adult. So when I say bank branches, it means that the total number of commercial branches across the country. So to make the indicator meaningful for cross-country comparison, the number of commercial bank branches is scaled per 1 lakh adults. Now coming to the second indicator, which is proportion of adults. When I say adult, it means 15 years and above. So proportion of adults with an account at a bank or other financial institution or with a mobile money service provider. So here we are basically focusing on access to formal financial services such as savings, insurance, payment, credits, remittances, etc. to the people, regardless of income level, gender, age, education, or wherever they live. So having access to an account is very much important. So we have talked about bank branches. We have talked about number of ATMs, which are very much required to access the banking services. Now it is important that who will access these bank branches or ATMs. So it is important to have the banking services available to these people. So so that the financial system become more stronger. Okay, so let's now understand that how we have progressed in this whole year. So let's understand how the banking has evolved, and how the changes are getting impacting to the whole world. So we can see four main phases in the banking journey. So the first phase, as we can see, is the manual banking, wherein the ledgers were prepared. Then a post-liberalization of banking sector in post 1994. It is very interesting journey, and we can correlate with our childhood times. So when we were when we were children, kids, we used to go with our parents and see all those leisures, and there was a kind of jail wherein our parents used to give the check, and they used to tally with the signature card, and then they used to give the money. So this is all about the manual banking, wherein the transaction was happening on the ledgers only. Then post liberalization, that is after 1994, we have seen core banking, which means anywhere banking. So it is also known as electronic banking. And then we saw a trend wherein we saw rise in mobile banking. We can see mobile in everybody's hands. So the mobile banking got get a hype. So the mobile banking witnessed 92% of growth in volume terms and 13% of growth in value terms. So banking became invisible. When I say invisible, that means the customers were more empowered with the technology. Now we can see that mobile banking is with everybody, net banking is with everybody. So the physical transaction has moved to the mobile banking, or you can say invisible. So there is no physical transaction happening now. So most of the transactions are now happening with the individual because they have been empowered with lot of facilities and lot of systems. So then came digital banking with the benefit of low operating cost. There was elimination of costly back office of processing operations, small branch footprint. So there were less errors because everything was happening, online. So the error rates have also gone down, lower charges. We can see, and 24 into 7 access. We have seen IMPS, immediate payment system, wherein everything is happening immediately. We can transfer funds, we can give payments to anybody at any time, even at 2 a.m. we can transfer the funds to the other party. So the banking has become very much convenient. Excuse me. We have also we are focusing on the security aspect also, and we have access on the full range of services. When we say services, it means insurance, loans, banking products. So everything we can access. So if we want to invest in the insurance part, we can go online and make the investments. If we want to go for the loan, we can use our net banking and apply for a loan. So it is so easy. So nowadays the generation is mostly inclined towards the digital banking. And now when we say digital banking, it is not only including the mobile banking, but also talks about some new innovation which are either just introduced or are in the developing stage. So it is very much interesting for all of us to know that banking has now come up with artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, imaging, chatbot, data analysis, fintech, etc. And in the previous section, it becomes easier for me because in the previous session we have learned about machine learning, data analysis. We have also talked about how we can invest in the market. So investing in the market, earlier we were very much dependent on the bank branches, or we were dependent on the stock brokers, but now everything is available on mobile. We can just simply download the application, whether we have to take a loan or we have to invest in the stock. We have to simply download the application. We have to select buy or sell. All the tips are available on the application itself, and everything is so much sorted. You can understand which share you can buy, which share is going down, which share is going up, what is the scenario of the market, in which all mutual funds you can invest, which is low in, we say that mid-term and low term, low risk, mid risk, and high risk mutual funds are there. So these are the categories which are there in mutual funds. So there is no need to be dependent on the branches, the banks, but everything is now available to make you understand and to do the transaction on your own on the system itself. So if you want to understand how you have to invest in the market, all the tips and everything is given on the system itself. If you want to understand various type of savings account or the current account, all the variant features are available on the digital platform itself. So go to the the website of any bank and go to the particular thing wherein you want to go. So if you want to check for any kind of loan, the eligibility, the EMI, so you can get everything. So what all document you have to give, what will be your eligibility, what will be your EMI, what is your CIBIL score. So this is also you can have it on your own. So there is no need to be dependent on anyone. So the banking has become so much easier now. So now if I see about, if I talk about the the data. So data says that the traditional banking was more focused on branches, call centers, and ATMs. We used to go to the branches, or we used to the call centers, and we used to wait for a long time. 10 मिनट तक हम फोन पे ही रहते थे, उसके बाद एक के बाद एक, there were so many lines through which we have to go through, and there were the ATM channels on which we were all dependent. But now with the digital banking concept, we have moved to so many channels which have made our life easier. And those channels are like mobile banking, digital banking, internet services, or you can say various apps are there. There is POS machine available with all the merchants in the market. We have PayZapp, we have Paytm available. So the COVID has actually, taken the traditional banking into the digital banking. So the shape of banking has changed a lot after this COVID. Uh, if I talk about the globalization and overall, so we can see the APIs and customization mechanism. So there is a better revenue model, and today's banking is much ahead than the previous one. We have this COVID has actually, I can say that, moved the banking drastically to the digital one. Earlier, I think thanks to COVID, because earlier I can personally observe that people were very hesitant to move to net banking or mobile banking. These were the simpler apps. So they were very hesitant to move to these simpler apps. But now they have no other choice. They have to move to the net banking or mobile banking. So it has made lot of things easier for the economy, and lot of revenue is getting we are saving a lot of revenue for from customer aspect. There is a lot of convenience for the customer. There is no need to go to the branches. Their cost is also getting their cost, they are saving their cost, because going to the branches is also attached with the cost. There was a lot of time which was involved, and the error percentage was very much high. So this has also dropped all those things. Now if we see the digital adoption, so how we are taking this digital thing. So if we compare the ATM with the digital thing, that is internet banking or mobile banking, then we can see that people are more inclined towards internet or mobile banking. Post COVID, so we can see that in the year 2020, or we can say 2021, Even the kirana shops are having Paytms available with them. They have Google Pay system. They have, they are using UPI system, or they are asking to transfer in the bank account. So the usage of ATM is getting, less in the trend. However, the internet banking or mobile banking is, the transaction in these two areas are increasing day by day. And especially if we talk about, compare the mobile and desktop, we can say that the mobile, people are more, they are convenient with mobile than, using the desktop. So the mobile rates are very much high. We can see that, 53.81% people are using mobile as compared to the desktop. So this is the data which we have got. This is the data of 2020, April 2020. Now we can see the latest trend also. And in the latest trend also, the mobile is getting more, they have the more edge over the desktop. Overall internet usage, if we talk about the overall internet usage, we can see that almost 59% of the people, overall population, is using the internet facility, which also means that people are, dropping the traditional banking and accepting the digital banking mode more. And now, when I say that, that people are using the digital banking more, I'll give you some more data, and these data are supporting this thing. When we are more inclined, so the digitally active people are using or purchasing, the purchasing part of the digitally active people is higher than the non-digital people. So they are, purchasing the banking products more than the person who are non-digital. So for example, if I want to purchase any kind of insurance, I'll go to the net banking, or I'll go to the Google and I'll search all those, insurance product, and then I'll purchase then and there only. There is no need to, go to the branches. So non-digital people will just think whether I'll go or not. There will be a lot of documentation. There will be a lot of hassle. So for digitally active people, the hassles are really very less, and it take less time. So it is very much convenient. So how India is progressing? Let's talk about now India. We have talked about the global scenario. Now coming to the progress of India, we can say that we have introduced digital banking very well. We have introduced, chats, robots. We can see Ira, we can see Eva, Lakshmi. These are the digital robots which are present in the branches. So the humans are now getting replaced by the robots, but it doesn't mean that the employment get affected. The employees will be, used for a better, things like analysis and the relationship building part. Introduction of banking to a weaker section. So how we have introduced ourselves. So the banking has introduced themselves to the weaker section through no frills account, Jan Dhan Yojana. That was a massive step which government took with these yojanas, and now they are available to all the rural areas and to the slum areas. Non-financial banking and other small finance banks. So RBI and the government has given, powers and introduced the banks like payment banks and small finance banks. And these are the banks which are specifically targeting the weaker section, because earlier the universal banks like HDFC, ICICI, Axis Bank, they were only focusing to the creamy layer. They were not going to the rural areas or not touching upon the weaker section. So with the introduction of payment banks, small finance banks, such sections are also being taken care of. So the savings account facilities or the loan facilities or the card facility is now available to everyone. Next, coming to the awareness part, yes, the awareness for the financial planning tool has increased a lot. I can see a lot of seminars and lot of sessions on financial planning tool. I can see a lot of interest in the youth and in the other person, elderly person, having their money managed in a better way. So now the people want taking so much of interest, and they want that their hard-earned money is invested in such a beautiful manner that their life is really very easier. So this awareness part is also increasing, and so all the product, financial product, when I say financial product, it means savings account, current account, RDs, FDs, or you can say that loans or mutual funds or shares or equities, or gold, or pension yojanas. There are so many other schemes wherein the people are taking interest, and they are investing very wisely. And not only the elderly people or youth, also the children are taking interest in the banking facility. In fact, I've seen a lot of parents asking, and the schools asking, to give sessions on financial planning to the kids, to the children, and the parents are taking their children to the banks so that they can operate and they can know how the banking actually works. In fact, the parents are now opening the accounts of the kids who are just born. So it is really very nice to see that banking is now available to everyone. That was our indicator number 2, wherein we were saying that it should be available to all, irrespective of the age, the gender, the where they are living. So it is like everybody, the people living in the slum area, or the children, or the elderly people, everybody is very much inclined and very much interested to take part in the financial things. Now let's talk about today's banking. Today's banking, we can see that a lot of apps are there. We can see that robots like Lakshmi, Pepper, Ira, they are there. We have also seen chatbots like Sia, iPal, Eva. These are the chatbots through which we can resolve lot many queries. So they are also available there. So thanks to machine learning and AI, through which we have got so much of good apps and applications with us. We have watch banking available with us, so there is no need to have your mobile always available with you. You can always do your transaction through the watch banking. So the watch banking is available through your iWatch. Then the WhatsApp banking is also available now. So no need to open the website. You can also always go through the WhatsApp banking. The imaging part. So for example, the earlier the transaction was happening through the physical checks. Now the physical checks are not going anywhere. Your physical checks are there with the branches where you actually deposit. Only the images are getting transferred to the other banks, and through this the whole transaction is actually happening. Some of the enablers like big data analytics, and AL, ML, etc. These are also very useful tools which banking is actually using in its in making the tools and techniques. So here are some of the examples. Like we have the banking sector, the financial sector has introduced 10-second loans. HDFC has introduced 10-second loans. We can see that SBI has introduced mobile banking, which is very much popular mobile banking, wherein you can apply for card, you can check your transaction, you can do your card payment, you can do the international usage, you can block the card. There are so many services you can do. In fact, in the internet banking also, there are almost 300 transactions which you can do through internet banking. We can see on chat, we can see watch banking, we can see Eva, Era, Vahan Gyan. So these are all the facilities which the banking is now, giving to you, so that uh, you get more empowered, and you get more, the banking is more accessible and easier for you. Big data and analytics are getting used by banking, sectors, financial sectors, so that your transaction is much more easier. You get better services, and it also provides customer financial calculators, comparison tools, and budgeting data. So you can make all those. You will be able to know that what is your wealth and where are you falling. So what are your total credits, what are your total debits, how wealthy you are, where are you investing, where all you have taken loans. So everything, these, through these data analysis, the banks are giving you lot of, convenience. So I'll take some of the examples. So the examples, some of the examples are like, for example, ICICI Bank has introduced chatbot like iPal, and it has resolved around 13 million customer queries in the fiscal year 2019, which is a great achievement. ICICI Bank has deployed more than 1,000 softwares robotic process that are handling 20% of the transaction. So this is how we are progressing. So the robotics are now taking, the transaction things also. So SBI, the way I said earlier, I gave you the example, SBI Yono. It is one of the most popular app, most visited banking site. And this chatbot has approximately solved 850, they have approximately 850 FAQs. So whatever queries you will, put in the chat box, most of the queries will be resolved by, this chatbot. Then HDFC Bank has introduced 10-second loan. You should be aware of that banking sector has now come digital. So 10-second is the loan, which was very much popular not only in India but across the world. It was very much popular, and it is a simpler version of giving the loan to the account holder. So when I talk about IRA is a human-sized robot, and it is deployed in the branches. So this act as an assistance to augment existing services. For example, you want to understand what is your account balance. So you can ask IRA, yeah, I want to know my account balance, or you want to know that to whom I should go to check my locker services. So this IRA can always assist you and take you to the counter where this services can be, taken care of. So IRA is a robot in which all the tools and techniques are already feeded. You have to just enter, you have to just ask IRA that I want the service, and IRA will help you out with the service. So this is how India has progressed, and it is a great achievement. For 10-second loans also, it is not for India, but it was the history made across the world. Not only 10-second personal loan, we have lot many other loans which are on digital platform. So we have business loan, we have loan against the securities. So if you have taken any kind of shares, earlier there was a session on stock market and equities. So if you have invested in any kind of share or mutual fund, then also you can take loan without going to the bank or without asking anybody. You can just go to the net banking, you can click on the shares and your demat account, and you can check. You can just simply pledge your shares and your mutual fund, and you will get the loan. So this is how we are developing and making the life easier for the people. This is Yono. These are the products. So SBI has gone digital village. So this was the initiative, a very hit initiative by SBI, through which SBI has made aware the digital people, the rural people, that how financial market actually works. So there was a great initiative wherein the youth were actually, involved, and they gave a lot of awareness. They took a lot of sessions with the rural community, and they upgraded them, and they empowered them with a lot of banking services to them. So if I talk about the latest services, in the year 2020 itself, last year only, ICICI Bank introduced iBox. This is basically to enable customer to conveniently collect key banking deliverables, self-service. For example, if you have a checkbook, so there is no need to go to the branches. There is a box available, and there will be some passwords or your thumb impression. You will have to just enter those things, and your deliverables will come out. When I say deliverables, it means your the passwords or your checkbooks, or your credit cards. These are the things which will get come out from this box. In 18 May 2020, Kotak Bank introduced video KYC, and now it is popular with many banks. So now there is no need to go to the branches. You can onboard with the bank through the digital platform. There is a eKYC which is done through video itself. So the things have become really very much easier. And with this video KYC, there is another application which is known as DAP, Digital Application Platform. So DAP is available with many banks, wherein you can just click that particular application. If you want to apply for a savings account, you have to just click that particular button, and it will give you all the information. Your form will get filled, your KYC will automatically get uploaded in the system, and there will be some person, it will get diverted to a person. They will call you, they will ask you for all the details, and some of the person will come to your home to collect all the documents which you have shared in the DAP or in the video KYC which you have done, and they will collect all the information from you, and through this the account will get open, or any other facility will be provided to you. So this is how we are progressing, and how the banking sector actually looks to me. Basically, I see that there is a lot of scope, especially in the banking sector. It is a booming sector, basically, and there are a lot many technologies which have, boomed this sector. The traditional banking has now taken a very, interesting shape, and in this, in this era, we need people who are very much, aware, and they are knowledgeable, and they are inclined towards artificial intelligence. They have the knowledge about machine learning, and they are aware about data analysis. So the banking sector is welcoming all the people who have these kind of awareness, and they have the background, the qualification accordingly. So it can be like robotics, fintech, chatbox, cybersecurity, blockchain, risk management, or LOS. These are the booming, departments in banking sector. So the banking has come up with a new channel which is known as digital banking, and in this digital banking, these are the sub departments which they are taking care of. Risk management is another department which comes under audit, compliance, and risk, basically. So why risk? Because moving from traditional to the digital is not so easy. It comes with a lot of risk. So to mitigate all those risks, and to understand that yes, the customer money is not actually flowing in a wrong way, or moving in a wrong way, risk management has also taken a new shape. Also, I can say that here that IT is also a booming sector, because IT is also is taking care of this risk management thing. So these are the areas which are booming. So if there is any anyone who is interested in banking, and want to know that which area I have to be qualified in, I would suggest that these are the areas, plus IT sector is one of the other area wherein they can, check. So to summarize, I'll say that universal access, our target 8.10, which is universal access to banking, insurance, and financial services, has actually strengthened, has actually taken a new shape. And how it has taken a new shape, it has introduced, the concept of invisible banking, and it has eliminated the traditional banking wherein we used to, visit the branches. uh, the financial products are at a single platform. The banking is now available to all age group. It is available to all people, whether they are living in metro cities or in the slum areas, rural areas. So it is now available to everyone. The digital journey is now seamless, and the customer experience is increasing day by day. So with this, I'll conclude the session. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mamta ma'am, for joining us and for enlightening us with the beautiful thoughts about the banking industry. Thank you very much, ma'am. And in your presentation, you talked about the banking revolution, and you also talked about the transformation of traditional banking to digital banking. Thank you very much, ma'am. Actually, other speakers are waiting, so means I'm not able to say. Yeah,
No
I'm
need.
not able
I
to
can
say so
understand.
much.
Thank you
So
so much.
thank you. Yeah, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us. Now I would like to call Ankita Jain ma'am. Ankita ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. Please go ahead, Ankita ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am, please allow me from both the IDs. Actually, I'm logging. I'm from both the IDs so that
Okay.
I can share it from the another screen.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, you are a co-host now, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Just a minute. Yeah, my presentation is visible to you all.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Ankita Jain, giving my presentation on SDG Goal 8, that is decent work. I could not prepare so much, but yes, I just wanted to discuss the basic things about the SDG Goal 8, that is on decent work. So let me start with it. Yeah. So the goal, SDG Goal 8 is decent work and economic growth. So basically it is focusing on promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment, and decent work for all. So as you all know that we have already gone through 7 goals. The 8th one is the decent work. So as we all know that already the so many of us or number of experts have already discussed about different parameters of decent work, but I would like to focus on different aspect, that is the basic idea, nothing else. Yeah, so the decent work means the opportunities for everyone to get work that is productive and delivers a fair income, security in the workplace, and social protection for the families, better prospects for personal development and social integration. And decent work does not mean that we want so many facilities and all, but yes, we want some basic things, that is equal income, equal facilities, security. There should be no discrimination. Next, if we talk about what exactly it includes, so if we talk about this, it includes advancing opportunities for men and women to obtain decent and productive work in conditions of dignity, productivity, fair income, freedom, equality, safe working conditions, right to protect the workers, security, human dignity, and voices for women, men, and youth. For everyone, we should have all these things. If we talk about the notion of the decent work, it says first of all, we should know who introduced the notion of decent work. So it is a multi-dimensional concept introduced by International Labour Office, that is ILO, in 1999. It has 4 key components basically. First one is employment condition. Second one is social security. Third one is right at the workplace. And the fourth one is social dialogue. So let's see all these one by one. First of all, we talk about employment conditions, the different types of conditions. We can take it in 2 ways. One is like how the employment is available to the workers, the people, how are they getting the jobs or not. And secondly, the rules, procedures, and stipulations that employee must abide by as a part of their contract. We call it employment contract. We talk about the second one, that is social security. So it is the protection that society provides to individuals and households to ensure access to healthcare and to guarantee income security, particularly in cases of old age, unemployment, sickness, invalidity, work injury, maternity, or loss of a breadwinner. So in all these such conditions and some other conditions are also there, in which basically need to provide this, giving them the security, the job security should be provided to them. Next is rights at the workplace. If we talk about this, the right to be free from discrimination. The basic idea behind this is free from the discrimination and harassment of all the types. Right to a safe workplace, free of dangerous conditions, toxic substances, and other potential safety hazards. Right to be free from retaliation for filing a claim or complaint against an employer if it is required. Basically, it is called, sometimes it is called whistleblower rights. So it basically, the Occupation Health and Safety Act, it has 3 fundamental rights to the people, to the employees. The right to know about health and safety matters, the right to participate in decisions that could affect their health and safety, and the right to refuse work that could affect their health and safety, and that to others. So basically, this is very much important to know in this particular COVID era to each and everyone. The next one is social dialogue. So basically, it has 3 things: consultations, negotiation, and sharing of information. So next, we talk about the indicators. Already a number of people have been discussed about this, so I'm just focusing on some key points. Basically, it has annual growth, share of informal employment, material footprint, average hourly earnings, unemployment rate, percentage of youth not in education and employment or training, percentage and number of children aged 5 to 17 engaged in child labor, frequency rate of fatal and non-fatal occupational injuries, increase in national compliance, tourism, bank branches, number of commercial bank branches and ATMs per 10,000 adults, percentage of 1616 at bank, then mobile money service providers, aid for trade, and total government spendings in the social protection and employment program. So these are some indicators which are agreed in the goal 8. If we talk about the target, so it has total 12 targets. Before that, I would like to say there is one main target, that is encouraging entrepreneurship and job creation are key to this, as are effective measures to eradicate forced labor, slavery, and human trafficking. With these targets in mind, the goal is to achieve full and productive employment and decent work for all women and men by 2030. Now let's talk about the main goals, which has been said by UN, United Nations, UN goals. So if we talk, first one is sustainable economic growth. Second one is diversify, innovate, and update for the economic productivity. Third one is promote policies to support job creation and growing enterprises, talks about the entrepreneurship. Next one, improve resource efficiency in consumption and production. Next is full employment and decent work with equal pay. That is our main target. Next is promote youth employment, education, and training. That is also very much important. Then end money slavery, trafficking, and child labor. Next, protect labor rights and promote safe working environments. in today's era, this safe working environment is very much important, as we can see that there are a number of cases increasing day by day for COVID. Promote beneficial and sustainable tourism. Next is universal access to banking, insurance, and financial services. Mamta ma'am already have discussed about this a lot. Increase and for trade support. Develop a global youth employment strategy. So these were 18 goals. There are some facts and figures I would like to discuss about. Excuse me. 5%, an estimate 172 billion people worldwide were without work in 2018, an unemployment rate of 5%. 700 million. Some 700 million workers lived in extreme or moderate poverty in 2018 with less than US $3.20% per day. 48%, if we talk about this number, women's participation in the labor force stood at 48% in 2018 compared with 75% for men. Around 3 in 5 of these 3.5 billion people in the labor force in 2018 were men. 1 million. As a result of an expanding labor force, the number of unemployment is projected to increase by 1 million every year and reach 174 million by 2020. 2 billion. Overall, 2 billion workers were in informal employment in 2016, accounting for 61% of the world's workforce. 85 million, many more women than men are underutilized in the labor force. 85 million compared to 55 million. So there are two small videos which I would like to share with you all. And I will end up my presentation with this. Just a minute.
Okay, Mama. Thank you very much, Ankita ma'am, for this wonderful thoughts, figures, and facts. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm just sharing one video, that small video I would like to share. Just
yeah, please, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Things we need. But work also gives us a purpose in life. When we provide a service to people who need it, or work as part of a team to achieve a goal, that makes us feel good. Everyone wants to earn a living by...
Ma'am, can you hear it?
Yes, ma'am. This is visible.
Okay.
And this is audible proper.
Yeah, okay. Just a minute. Yeah.
When we work, we get paid, so we can buy the things we need. But work also gives us a purpose in life. When we provide a service to people who need it, or work as part of a team to achieve a goal, that makes us feel good. Everyone wants to earn a living by working good jobs in safe environments. When there are enough good jobs to go around, communities are stronger. People can use their unique skills to make things or provide services that people need, in the knowledge that their health and well-being is protected in the workplace, and that they will get paid properly for the work they do. But when there aren't enough good jobs to go around, people don't have a lot of money to spend, so the demand for cheap things goes up, and that leads businesses to cut back. They employ less people, they pay their workers less money, and stop investing in important things like safety in the workplace. But good people everywhere are working hard to protect jobs and workers' rights. In some countries, farm workers are employed to do back-breaking work for long hours and paid very little for their efforts. So governments are passing laws making it illegal for farm workers to be paid anything less than a basic living wage. Companies are offering free workplace safety training, making it easier for businesses to protect their workers and for workers to protect themselves, so that all employees come home safe and sound after a hard day's work. Work should be safe, enjoyable, and rewarding for everyone. And everyone should be paid enough to afford a good life.
Yeah, that's it from my side, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ankita, for joining us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I would like to call Mr. Yatin. Yatin, sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. You want to share a screen for presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, sir. I'm making you a co-host. Please wait. Yes, sir. You are co-host now.
Okay, ma'am.
All the best, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, it's visible, ma'am.
No, sir. This is not visible.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah. Yes, sir. It is going to start.
Okay, yes, ma'am. It's visible now.
No, actually the best. Yeah. Now it's visible. Now it's visible.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Well, good afternoon to all of you. And it's indeed pleasure to be the part of this summit. And I'm really thankful to Research Foundation of India, Tagore, Mahavidyalaya. Well, today I'm going to discuss something about, express my views on a very important topic, that is green economy. Goal 8, that is decent work and economic growth. Now, the first and foremost question that one has to ask is that why we need
Yatin, sir, your voice is not coming.
Hello.
Yes, Yatin, sir.
Hello.
Yes. Now,
Yes,
now
ma'am.
you are
Actually, my laptop is switched off, so I'm actually speaking right from this mobile. Just wait a minute.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So. Somebody sir. Just, ma'am, wait 2 or 3 minutes. I'm just switching on my laptop.
Yeah, sure, sir, sure. No issue. Please go ahead.
Ma'am, can you just give?
Yes, Yatin, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So from Deepak Sankhi, sir, I'm actually sharing my PPTs. So kindly
Yes,
give
yes.
her, give him. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Okay. Is it accessible? Is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, this is visible, sir. Please go ahead. Your topic is green
Okay.
economy. Very interesting subject, sir. Please
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes, yes. So now the first and foremost question that we need to ask is about why we need green economy. Well, in this ultra modern materialistic age, everybody desires, aims, and chases certain goals. Hardly people have time to think about our Mother Earth and its generosity that we barely esteem as the boon for our existence. Hence, actually, this ultra modern civilization has literally point out us that we have to think about green economy. Technological advancement, another thing that we need to think about green economy. For the last, you can say, 200 years, we have progressed so much in science and technology that these are the boon for us. At the same time, they are actually curse for us, as we are not able to do something which is actually sustainable for our Mother Earth. Well, another thing that I would like to say is about over ambitiousness. Well, we have acquired so much knowledge, technology, and so many other things, and we become more ambitious. Well, there is nothing wrong to be over ambitiousness, but when we are becoming too much over ambitious, then it is always a bad thing for us. And depleting relationship with nature. Well, if we talk about a relationship with nature, it is probably very, very thin. We cannot say it's very thick, because if you ask a single person, or if you ask probably a child who is studying in school, or a student who is studying in college, and if you ask that, you go outside and observe the trees and give me the name of a species, if you remember or if you know, I'm sure the boy or girl or anyone else is not able to give the answer, because it is very, very difficult for him or her, because we have thin relationship with this particular uh, environment. Now, if we talk about the definitions, then green economy, the definition is actually a green economy that aims at reducing environmental risk and ecological.
Sir, please continue. Yatin sir, please continue.
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, so the International Chamber of Commerce defines green economy as an economy in which economic growth and environmental responsibility work together in a mutually reinforcing fashion while supporting progress on a social development. These are the definitions. We can go for that. Now, why we need of green economy? Here I would like to remember Friedrich Nietzsche, a German philosopher. He rightly said, God is dead. Of course, his context was with that of European and Western Enlightenment movements. But the other context is that man becomes Superman and morality, duty is diseased. Of course, we need to understand these things, that whatever he said, that was the context was different. But the thought is rightly applicable to the current conditions of our environment. In the blind race of a material gain and over ambitiousness, human has forgotten its first cradle mother, Earth, and squeeze it like anything. As per recent survey, as we know it very well, sustainable development is the dire need of our time. Well, we cut trees, forest, as if we cut hair. So casual, no pain, just a pretty reason. By cutting every single tree of forest, we are converting our planet desert. Well, this is what actually I say that green economy is the dire need for all of us. Well, we need green economy. Why we need? The first reason is that increase in Earth's temperature. If you talk about the Earth's temperature in the last century, Earth has increased its temperature nearly 1 Fahrenheit. Glaciers are melting, and that is the reason that we have to think that we have to go for the green economy. Well, deforestation is there. Now, of course, we have afforestation, but when we talk about the cutting of trees, then see the countries like Brazil, Indonesia, Thailand, central part of Africa, you can see the amount of deforestation has taken place. If we talk about Brazil, and especially about the Amazon rainforest, then only in last year, that is 11,800 square kilometers of rainforest has been cut off. So this is what the scenario we have it. I think this is what we need to go for, understand the things. Now, if we talk about the next very important thing that probably in future we are going to address about this problem is space debris. Well, for the last 60 or 70 years, human being has invaded a space. We have sent so many satellites, so many objects. But do we really know that what amount of debris we have collected in this space? Well, we have already polluted our Earth. We have made this place like something else. But not only that, we have even polluted the orbit of our Earth. Well, there is a report published by US Space Surveillance in 2019. They say that nearly 20,000 artificial objects are there in the orbit and 2,218 objects which are in operational mode. Well, if you talk about the total amount of debris that is in this space, then 128 million pieces. They are smaller than the 1 centimeter. They are hovering over Earth. Now, this is something what we have created. So I think green economy is required. Carbon footprint, if we talk about, well, carbon footprint, we know it very well that we are creating so many things and these are not eco-friendly. Like anything you talk about, they have some emissions and these emissions are hazardous for human health, for animals, and for our environment too. So we have to reduce this carbon footprint and we have to find out so many other ways for that. And the next one is excessive fossil fuel exhume. Now, for the last 70 to 80 years, we are drilling our Earth. We are making it hollow. And that is the reason that earthquakes are increased, floods are increased, glaciers are melting. Our entire ecosystem is not in balance. So I think we have to think about the new source of energy, except right this particular traditional one. Now, I would like to use this one, carbon economy. Now, for the last, we can say the 17th century onwards, we have developed like anything. Industrial revolution took place. We have developed so many technology, and these technology, these revolution has given us all the materialistic things. But what about the economy that we had and we have? Today we have the economy that is carbon economy. Whatever the things we do, whatever we have the process, they all have carbon emissions. So we need green economy. We have to think about this. Now, green economy comprises of what? The first and foremost is agriculture. Well, agriculture has been drastically changed in the last 500 years. Ancient civilizations were using land which was required for farming only. It was not sheer commercial. With the Industrial Revolution in the late 17th century, farming becomes more commercial. Hence, deforestation starts to meet the need of production. Usage of pesticides and other chemicals turn the farming land into the barren land. Therefore, more cutting of forest increase the carbon footprint. So now it's right now we have to increase the productivity. We have to find out the other solutions. We have to go for the more organic way. We have to use more fertilizer, which is biodiversible, which is biodegradable, which is something sustainable nature. That sort of actually agriculture we require. We have to be free from pesticides and chemicals. Next, that what we need is the green buildings. Now, green buildings, an excessive cement concrete constructions around the world has increased the global temperature. A considerable size of a building emits 21% of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So, every new construction has to be environment friendly. Countries like Italy, Spain, Japan, and France, they have invented new constructions material which decrease carbon footprint, and it is the part of green economy. The next one that is very interesting and important, green cities. Human has to learn to stay with nature. In the last 2 centuries, we have created concrete jungles that emits gases, heat, and pollution. Now it's a time that we have to cohabitant with the nature and its mechanism. New cities around the world are designed with the nature inclusive. This is very interesting, a term that people are using right nowadays, and I think our eminent speakers, they also use this one, inclusive names. We have to include these things like gardens, man-made forests, ponds, lakes. These are now the part of cities, and these must be the part of cities whenever new cities are going to be designed. The next one is renewable energy. Fossil fuel is about to be drained. New source of energy is the only option that our society has to introduce. Well, it must be carbon neutral. Whatever the energy source we are going to adopt in future, this must be carbon neutral. And that is why wind energy, solar energy, hydro energy, and geothermal heat energy are the new source of our energy. It provides, if we talk about today, if we talk about the today's data, then it provides 10.5 million jobs around the world. At present, 2 countries, Iceland and Norway, they're all electricity using, they are producing renewable energy. And other 47 nations around the world, they have already 50% of electricity from the renewable sources. So this is the requirement for our green economy. Transportation. Transportation, the next one, sector is the major contributor to the greenhouse gases emission. Therefore, it is necessary to implement green transportation. Any sort of vehicle transportation must be eco-friendly and do not create any negative impact on our environment. Well, we can do certain measures for that. That is walking short distance. We can go for the carpooling, cycling, use public transportations. More, these are the some ways that we can help our green economy. Well, countries, very advanced countries like Britain and some parts of Switzerland and Sweden and this part of the area, they have used some sort of tiles. These tiles are actually generating energy. They just put these they put the tiles on the pavements. People are walking in that, and with the pressure of these human legs, energy is stored, and the lights which are actually they keep in surrounding area, they are going to be illuminated. This would be the new way of journey. This would be the new way of finding out the new energy source. The last and final one that is actually comprises of green economy is waste management. Now, waste management is the greatest challenge for this world. It's the biggest challenge because it is not eco-friendly usually. It required tremendous effort to make this waste management into the eco-friendly. Well, because of these, the earth is polluted like anything. Soil pollution, water pollution, air pollution is there because of these waste management. Our underground water is polluted. You can just imagine and just remember the days of your mother, days of your grandfather. They were drinking water only from wells. They were healthy. This is not the same with us. Probably we are not able to drink any particular tap water any part of this country because of these waste management, which is a complete, I would like to say, failure on our part. Well, if we talk about the waste management in developed countries, it is appreciable, but they transport their waste to the underdeveloped countries, poor countries, just to keep their countries hygiene, clean, free from pollution. I think this imbalance of treating waste management is the greatest hindrance for our environment. I think we should need to go away from that. Now, there are some steps that we can get green economy. The first and foremost is eco-spiritual awareness. Now, we know it very well, and as we know it very well, in world, there are more than 11 main religions are there, and there are hundreds of other religions are there. And in almost all these religions, they have the concept of nature. They have some associations with nature. So what actually happened, our ancient forefathers were more spiritual than us, because we nowadays become more religious rather than spiritual. So these idea must be endorsed commonly everywhere, that this nature is our genesis. The nature with what we are living, that is the origin. And if we feel that that is a part of our existence, I'm sure we started to cultivate this nature. So this eco-spiritual awareness must be ignited in everybody's mind. Now, the next one is less materialistic. I think we have to remember all the great thinkers around the world. That could be Mahatma Gandhi, that could be Socrates, that could be Laos, that could be Confucius. They all believed in one thing: simple living and high thinking. We have to cut short our requirements, because we know it very well. Requirements are always increased. I mean, our greediness is always going on and on. We are not going to satisfy with ourselves, as we know it very well. So we have to ponder over it, and we have to think that we have to be less materialistic. And in this way, we are going to sustain the development, and we can promote green economy. Well, next is very important: environment as a compulsory part of study. Well, we know it very well that environment, if I talk about India, environment is the subject as a part of study in arts, in commerce, in engineering, everywhere. But students just learn it only to get some marks, to pass. And teachers, that there is no particular, there is no practical approaches there. And that is what actually missing the part. The subject is there, but the in-depth consideration is missing. So we have to, I think, keep this subject for all the 3 years of college. And we can literally, practically see the people, show the people that how it works in real life. The next one is very interesting, is that equilibrium in words and actions. So these sort of summits are not the new one. For the last so many years, around the world, in different countries, in different capitals, these sort of summits are organized. And all the great leaders and all the great economists, all the great politicians, all the great thinkers, they gathered and they discussed about all such things, that we have to do these things. And of course, we got some sort of particular advancement. But still, there is equilibrium required. Let me give example of that carbon footing. Average American in America produce 20 metric ton of carbon footprints, than compared to the rest of the world that produce 4% to 8%. So not only that, what about the equal opportunity? What about the equal distributions of food and goods and all these things? There are some countries they are rich, there are some countries they are poor. So I think we have to maintain the balance. We have to feel these things, that living on earth is the privilege for us. That is not our right. If we have this sort of idea that this is the home that I'm living and that I have to render, that I have to reverent, then I think the things are going to be changed. So equality and balance is the utmost thing to get the economy and to sustain this our particular work. Well, I would like to quote Socrates, one of the finest Unani philosopher. What he said: more we acquire knowledge, more we need wisdom. See, for in the last so many centuries, we not do we have any am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, yes. So, just I would like to say that knowledge we have it, but where we have wisdom. I think wisdom is we actually need more wisdom to use this one, because Socrates said it 3,000 years back, and still it is right very much applicable to this present scenario. Well, now the last and final is very important from our own particular Upanishad, that is Maha Upanishad. I would like to say something, and that is Ayam Bandurinyam Neti Ganana Lagu Chestam Udara Charitam Tu Vasudeva Kutumka. Well, if I explain to you that who discriminate, this one is a friend and that one is a stranger, are people with petty minds, people with evolved consciousness. See the word, people with evolved consciousness embrace the entire world as their own family. These are the views from these country, our nation India, that we have to consider this entire globe as our house, our home, our family. All these things are part of ourselves. And in this way, I just remember the words of said that there is a time. He said there is a time in the end of this century. At the end of this century, if we are not going to improve ourselves, then human has to find a new home somewhere else in the universe. So I think we all have to realize that green economy is a dire need for our today's world. What is required is that we have to realize. We know, but we don't realize. When the moment we realize all the such things, and I'm sure we are going to change. We are going to make this world a beautiful world, our world that we can see. So here I would like to end my session. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to express my views on this topic, green economy. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much, Yateen sir, for enlightening us about the green economy. Your presentation is much appreciated. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to call Priyanka Chawla, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Priyanka Chawla, ma'am, now the screen is yours. Please go ahead, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, please tell me about yourself, ma'am. Please tell me about yourself.
I'm Dr. Priyanka Chawla, Associate Professor at Acropolis Institute of Management Studies and Research, Indore.
Yeah,
I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I'm making you a co-host. Please wait.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you are a co-host now, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Hello?
No.
No, ma'am, your screen is not visible.
Yatin sir has to stop screen sharing.
Yeah.
Now, yes.
Yes. Priyanka ma'am, please start. Yes.
Yes. I'm not getting the option of sharing. Yes. Ma'am, I'm not getting the option of sharing screen. If I click on share option.
Ma'am, you are a co-host, ma'am. Priyanka ma'am, you are a co-host, so you have an option to share the screen.
Screen, okay. Now?
No, ma'am. No, your screen is not visible, ma'am. Only the Priyanka Chawla is there. Yeah, it's started. It started.
Yes. So today we will be focusing on Goal 8, which deals with sustainable economic growth, employment opportunity, and decent work. So first of all, we should know what is meant by decent work. It is the opportunity given to all to get job, stable job, fair income, job security, social protection for the family, better prospect of personality development, business use of natural resources wisely, and prevent child labor, forced labor, modern slavery, freedom to express the concern, and equal treatment to all men and women. These are some of the facts and figures which are given by International Labour Organization. As per ILO, near about 192 million people worldwide were without work. That is, unemployment rate is 5%. Some 700 million workers lived in extreme or moderate poverty. Most of the women than men are underutilized. This is a global unemployment rate from past 10 years, which varies between 5.39% to 5.92%. The problem of unemployment can be reduced if everyone gets stable and well-paid job. But again, the question arises, if everybody is having job, will the poverty end? For this, we need to improve the condition of men and women who are working but not earning enough to get themselves and their families out of the poverty. Productive employment and decent work are the two key elements which can reduce poverty. These are some of the challenges, like if unemployment increases, what to do? Provide employment opportunity and decent work for all. Roughly half of the world population still lives in $2 per day. What to do? Create green jobs for them. Some economic activity directly and indirectly harm the environment. Promote green growth and jobs for them. Again, one question arises, how the issue of employment opportunity can be solved. This I would share with the help of some live examples. Talking about Iman Hadi, an entrepreneur from Yemen's rural north, lives in a village where the people were deprived from getting the basic services. She felt a sense of responsibility and decided to do something for the village. Her family members were not in favor of Iman Hadi's decision earlier, but with her courage, thoughts, and willpower, she decided to go beyond social and cultural boundaries. She lead a group of 10 women installed solar plant, providing affordable energy to 43 households. They had purchased 5 batteries and working on expanding the business. She was also aware of the fact that most of the Yemens lost the job and are underemployed. So in order to help the community, they provided easy to pay loan from the net profit generated from solar plant. In this way, they are able to help the community. People become business partners and can start up their own small projects like grocery shops, petty shops, bakery shops, etc. This will create employment opportunity and number of services available to the community. In this way, the work of Iman Hadi was appreciated and people living in nearby areas get inspired from her lead. She had started her business 2 years ago with support of UNDP and European Union. The number of customers increased from 23 to 43 and net profit reached about $207. Another story which I would like to discuss here is the story of Satyanand, who lost his right hand and 2 brothers during Maladevur battle in 1996. After serving in conflict of 17 years, Satyanand was sent for rehabilitation to help him integrate back to the civilian society. He is now the owner of Tani Product, the company selling fruit flavored drink. Every morning, he dropped his 4 children to the school, come back from there and help the wife, Kamleshwari, in making fruit flavored drink and distribute around 1,000 cups a day. With the support of UNDP project promoting reconciliation in Sri Lanka, he has been able to expand his business and move toward eco-friendly packaging. Sewing or stitching, I can say, is that thing which almost all the women know and show their creativeness. Apart from women, men also are involved in such kind of profession. When every business was facing challenges during lockdown due to COVID-19, many organizations like Nepal and other countries like India helped women make steady income and by producing masks. Veena Pariyar of Takreshore, Kathmandu, Nepal, she had no source of income during lockdown. The only thing she knew was stitching or sewing. So she approached Hetmalo Women's Group and earned around 20,000 during lockdown and 1,000 rupees per day currently. Cotton Mill is another organization which use local cotton and provide employment opportunity to 20 women. COVID situation has made SABA, SARC Business Association of Home-Based Workers, Nepal. They have started making masks with more than 500 women being employed under it. UNDP supporting the Nepal government in its effort and also supporting local government. The topic behind the closed door. It doesn't mean that we have shut the door, we have closed the there are a number of opportunities available, but we are not aware of. The only thing we require is creativity. We have to come up with innovative ideas. We have to think strategically in another way. We have to show our willpower, identify the need of society and fulfill the demand of society. And the most important thing, whatever we have thought, just execute it. What happens if we continue to lack of decent work opportunity? The creation of quality job will remain a challenge for almost all the economies. So there is a need to upgrade technology. Like we have moved from physical mode of teaching towards online mode of teaching. We had moved from hard cash towards soft cash. So we need to upgrade ourselves. Promote development-oriented policies. Growth of MSME through access of financial services. Full and productive employment for men, women, including young and persons with disabilities. Promote local culture and products. Strengthen the capacity of financial institutions to encourage and expand access to banking, insurance, and financial services. Increase aid for the trade support. Provide local authorities and communities can renew and plan their cities and human settlement so as to foster community cohesion. This is all from my side, short and sweet. And I would like to thank Supriya ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much, Priyanka ma'am, for enlightening us with beautiful thoughts, wonderful thoughts. Yeah, do you want to say something, Priyanka ma'am?
No, just want to thank all the associations like you and Tagore, Mahavidyalaya and RFI and Witty Gossip.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I must say, I must appreciate all of your enthusiasm. Our eminent guest speakers from the South Africa, Professor Ravindra Rana, our means very honest participants from Croatia, Miss Christiana, and I also thankful to Dr. Ajay Jain sir from RFI. Actually, for the supporting of all, we have concluded this session in a very well manner. Thank you, all of you. Thank you very much, ma'am. And today I would like to also inform all of you that we have two great presentations. One from the Priyanka Chawla ma'am, very informative, very interactive presentation, and another from the Mamta Godiyal madam, because she just put the data related to the all banking industry, and she just informed us that which kind of transformation which has done from the traditional bank industry to the digital bank industry. And these two presentations are very informative. And I would like to thank Professor Ravindra Rana to join us from South Africa. And he is one who is from the beginning to till the end. He is with us. Thank you, sir. And Christiana, I must appreciate your enthusiasm, Christiana. I must appreciate your enthusiasm. Thank you very much, Christiana. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So now is the time to say goodbye. Please take care of yourself, because there is a COVID-19 cases arise too much. So please take care of yourself. And tomorrow we will meet with the goal 9. And tomorrow's our associate partners are Medicape's University. So please join us tomorrow also. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I would like to also thank Tagore Shiksha Mahavidyalaya, Dr. Deepa Jain and Bharti Kankwani ma'am also. I'm not forgetting their name. Bharti ma'am, Deepa ma'am, thank you very much for making this event wonderful, for making this particular April 9 day a very beautiful day. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Dr.
Thank you,
Supriya, thank
everyone.
you very much. Bye for now.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Ravindra Rana. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to end the meeting. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.